What is up, everybody? Good evening. Howdy, howdy, and welcome. Welcome, Karma. Welcome, Pimmy. Welcome, Nex. Welcome, Starge. Welcome, Poco. Negabeebs. Welcome, Sisto. Hope y'all are doing well today. All the music we just listened to was from Kirby. Which Kirby? Return to Dreamland, that's right. As always, Kirby music being pretty darn good, as one would expect. But we're not here for no Kirby's tonight. I don't think we're here for any Kirby's tonight. I don't think Kirby's gonna get mentioned in any of our tier lists or whatever. I don't think he's a factor. He's not even here. He's not even involved. Because tonight we are doing a little thing called 2024, a year in Peebview, which is effectively a mixture of like my goatees, games I want to give a little shout out to for specific reasons, as well as a look ahead at the games that are coming next year, as well as games that I missed from this year that I would like to get back to and play that I missed from 2024. Bear with me because I'm setting up a temporary whatchamacallit tier list for our first thing. I'm gonna start off with just the straight up game of the years, which is more of a ranking of everything that I played from the year 2024. I'm rating them from 1 to 25. There are 25 games that I played from this year that I think I played enough of to be able to talk about and rank at some length. There are more games that I played from this year, but these are the ones that I feel like I've played enough to, you know, speak on to some degree. And we are going to have music from the lo-fi hip-hop radio, just because that way I can make sure that none of the VOD gets muted, because, you know, it's a talkie stream. So I do want to be talking. Yeah, welcome in. Welcome Val. Welcome Sussy. Welcome V. Merry Christmas. But yeah. As we'll get on into it. That would be the opposite of not getting me muted, Sarge. B.
Merry Christmas, Taylor 19 City.
Merry Christmas to you as well, V. And a Happy New Year to anyone that, you know, I haven't said it to yet. I, barely felt the holidays this year. They came and went like a blur. Christmas Day was so busy, Boxing Day was so busy. And then the rest, I was just working all the way through. So we have my personal 25 games that I played this year. We have all the games of 2024. I'm going to be doing rankings of, you know, how much I wish to play them. Hello, Sai. Sarge, get out all your yapping business now, because I don't want to be reading that whilst I'm knee deep in arguing about video games with myself. Yeah, these are all the games that were released in 2024. Deciding, you know, how much I might want to play them going forward. And this is a little tier list that I made. In fact, you know, I'll copy this into the Discord now. Y'all can also do this tier list. Do your own rankings of how much you want to play the games coming up in the year ahead. I mean, no, y'all, in terms of these games, y'all can, you know, say whatever you want. I don't care. Don't be an arse since I start the stream. Jeez. Can't even get started without y'all crying and complaining. Always you seeing bitches. Yeah, I'm gonna have a tier list for already played, but it's gonna like dismiss them out of hand, obviously, if I've played them through already. It's very possible, Mega. It's very, very possible. These two tier lists in particular are very long. If I get like through, I don't know, this one, and I have like no time left, then I'll just do this one tomorrow instead. I think last time I did this, I did break it up into 2 streams anyway. But first of all, let's get started breaking down what my favorite games of the year have been. Start with Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, which is, you know, in the world of anime arena fighters, not the most prestigious of genres by any means. It sort of stands out on top quite handily. Budokai Tenkaichi has always been a favorite for sort of like being the best thing at emulating the speed, the flow, the drama of Dragon Ball Z fights, and which are, in my opinion, pretty hard for video games to do justice. I would say even things like Dragon Ball FighterZ doesn't really do it justice because you have to like fit it within the constraints of a side-to-side 2D fighter, which has no room for range movement and stuff, and you know, most of the characters using some variations of ki blasts and beams and whatever. But Dragon Ball Sparking Zero does do that with so much love put into the visuals, the animations, being able to replicate all the high-flying, teleporting business of Dragon Ball, but also having a pretty damn fun sense of balance. Like, so many different melee offensive and defensive options. You spend so much of your time actually just doing that up close combat. How is it as a game? Like, I think it's good enough as a game that we are now starting to see a whole host of indie games, including one that I've got on the 2025 list, effectively taking mechanics from it, like making their own Dragon Ball Sparking games. Obviously, I would say like it's way like, you know, very, very heavily in the play this if you like Dragon Ball Z, and if you don't, you're definitely not going to get anywhere near as much from it, nor would you expect to. I should hope not. But yeah, as you know, my personal list as a giant Dragon Ball fan, it's definitely up in this range for me right now. It's somewhat solid chance it's gonna get knocked down by these other games, but I do wanna... What are the numbers? Well, I wanted to make it like visually readable because I had it like 1 tier per number last time and it was just a gigantic vertical list. So here we're doing Game of the Year, 2 to 5, they're all gonna be in order. 6 to 10, all gonna be in order. Like groups of 5, effectively, except for the top. Yeah. Moving on. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. A game that I have a lot of very mixed feelings on. You know, in terms of the actual like core of the gameplay, which I'd say is the combat system. I think it's like one of the best Final Fantasy games quite handily. I think that the action combat system, the way that most of the characters play, Kid Sith is a little bit weird. I think that it can do some balancing to Kid Sith for the next game to make him a bit more sort of engaging. Although he's like one of those things that he's not very well equipped until you build up like his ability to start doing big massive combos. But yeah, the combat is effectively sort of, you know, turn-based game with active defense, is how I'd put it. For the most part, your standard attacks are not where you're getting your big damage from. You can like use them to like interrupt and crowd control enemies and stuff. But your actual spells and abilities is where you're doing most of your damage and most of your actual sort of like big money moves. Otherwise, you know, like heals and statuses and whatnot. And I really do love it. I think they improved upon the original game system so much with the sync moves. Both like the little, what's the word? How'd you call them? Utility moves that you have, like the ability, for instance, for Cloud to use his sword as a baseball bat to smack bullets into enemies, which is entirely nonsensical, but from a gameplay perspective, it gives Cloud a very easy option to do a melee or a ranged physical attack against other enemies. And also, you know, the big cutscene moves using your sync gauge is a ton of fun. I think that the dungeon design is pretty decent. I think that the enemy variety is absolutely off the charts for any RPG, not just an action RPG. And because it's an action RPG, the enemies that you fight feel incredibly varied in their moves as well. I think the music is phenomenal. I love the characters in the game. I think it's like the best depiction of most of the Final Fantasy characters, or Final Fantasy VII characters. But it's like, it's all the remake project stuff is where it's like I'm wavering on. Like the open world had some fun ideas, got old quite quickly, continued to do the same things that was making it old. It just repeated the exact same blueprint for the rest of the game, except usually adding some sort of new traversal gimmick, which was extremely annoying. A lot of the new story additions were, it's like hit and miss. Like each of the areas had like a whole, they got blown up, they got maximalized to fuck. In some part, it feels like they're trying to make Final Fantasy VII to a Yakuza game. I feel like that has probably been the biggest inspiration on Rebirth as a project is the Yakuza series. And funnily enough, people noted in the similarities in terms of using a Segway to get around a beach resort section. But that's, you know, that's not where I'm coming from at all. It's like the sheer glut of mini games, the giant open sections that you're moving towards, working your way through, rather, I should say, bit by bit, and interspersed with very long sort of, you know, plot heavy, linear, I guess, story-based moments. And yeah, there are some bits that I thought were done pretty well in terms of heightening the emotions or the stakes of bits of the game, such as I did like the entire dying fight, the whole Corral prison thing I was very happy with in general, and the gold saucer I thought was pretty excellent, as opposed to the Cosmo Canyon stuff, which I think that they sort of like ruined that area, and every story beat in that bit of the original game's plot was just blown the fuck out. I think it's still like overall, I think it's still up here for me. It is, I think, above Dragon Ball Spark and Zero, but like it feels close. It feels close for those. But yeah, it's like there's an excellent game, like a truly like one of the absolute best action RPGs or RPGs of all time in there, and I think that future Final Fantasy games, if they're not going to ever do traditional turn-based again for the mainline games, they should definitely adopt the Final Fantasy VII battle system at the very least. That's like that is the sweet spot that they should be aiming for. You know, they've tried various kinds of active attempts at turn-based with Final Fantasy 12 and 13, and I would say even 15 sort of is trying to offer the mechanical simplicity of a turn-based game to an action game. I think Final Fantasy VII Remake Rebirth is like precisely where it should be. But yeah, it just adds on so much stuff that I'm not super fond of, that, you know, what should have been, I think, an easy game of the year is not going to be that. Astrobot. Astrobot is, to me, like eating a giant bowl of endless ice cream in video game form. It looks beautiful. It feels good all the way through. It's smooth. It's responsive. The way that you get through levels and like the little like abilities you use, all that stuff is all super inventive and fun. Playing through levels is just full of like little discoverable fun, like just joyous moments. But sort of like there didn't feel like, to me, anything to like bite into mechanically in the game. Like it's not something that I feel like I would go back to and replay for the sake of, you know, the challenge or whatever. I feel like the 100% that I got is fairly easy to get, and once you do, there's sort of really nothing much more to do in the game. The later levels do get a little bit, they do ramp up things a little bit and get a bit more interesting. And then you have those challenge segments at the very end, which I feel like I feel like it goes from like, it ramps up from a 0 to a 5 or a 0 to a 4 on the difficulty scale throughout the majority of the game. The last world or two is like from a 5 to a 7, and then like at the very end it goes up to like a 9 in terms of difficulty, but it like jumps right up there just for the challenge levels, and it does it in a way I'm not particularly fond of, where it's just like a straight up long, you have to get the platform and completely right challenge, or you start the level again. That might be a way of like balancing, you know, challenge. Like I was saying, we're talking about Astrobot. Sorry if I wasn't clear. But yeah, like the level design was super inventive. I loved all the different worlds. The actual like Astrobot character and the villains and the monsters all feel kind of bland to me, like in terms of like creating the culture of the world, if you want to call it that. It doesn't, there's not a whole lot of sauce to it. I mean, Astrobot himself is pretty cute, but like the enemies, the villain sucks. Like the villain, the little green alien and a saucer thing. And yeah, the big thing is that the PSIP thing is something that I find in the moment, it was fun to do the remember this, remember Legacy of Kain, remember Wild Arms, remember etc, etc. And I think that they did show genuine passion for a lot of the games they had selected to add in there. And apparently from like what I heard, they were very, very gung-ho about doing precisely that. But aside from being, you know, quite charming, how much detail and, you know, series knowledge and I think genuine love went into that, it does end up feeling a little too schmaltzy. And also, there's it's like the whole thing of like it's a museum of so many ideas and worlds and characters that you might not ever see again because they're just getting sat on by Sony. Which, you know, I don't really fault the Astrobot team for that. I think that, you know, they had their mandate, but they did it in a way that did feel like it was reflective of the team's actual passion. But yeah, it's just could have done without it. Really, would have been a-okay if they did without it. So I'll put it up here. I think it isn't like I would say it's a very damn good game. Virgin on excellent. Just purely for the experiential side of things. The variety of really fun mechanics and abilities that you get, the world themes, how you explore them and open them up, it is continuously opening a fun present, but you know, at the end you're not really going to be playing with it a whole ton beyond that initial experience. At least I'm not. Sisto, Scoby, hello. Buckshot Roulette was from 2023, Pimmy. Healer, welcome in. I have dinner, so I'm gonna occasionally be taking a break to chew on a bite of English muffin. April 24. Oh, really? I looked that shit up. And it said 2023. You know what? I haven't fully completed it yet. I intend to play more. And it's a game with a definitive ending, so I'm gonna... I mean, that also applies to several games on this list, but don't worry about it. Alright, fuck. Well, give me a second. Gotta add this goddamn. Fuck Shard Roulette. Because it's sharking all over the place. Yeah, I feel I'm ready to talk about my overall feelings on Metaphor so far. It's not going to get Game of the Year just because I don't think it would get Game of the Year anyway. I think there are a few games that I feel more strongly about on this list than Metaphor, but we can talk about it. Biggest welcome in. Hello. No web pigeon or rat checker. Yeah, no, I'm fine. Neither of those, you know, I feel like I need to play more than an hour of a game to talk on it. Oh wait, Buckshot Roulette was like less than an hour, right? Well, I mean, I also didn't complete it, I guess. Anywho, these are games that I played. Oh, any games I played from this year that just plain sucked? We'll see. But first we're talking about Balatro, which, Balatro has the addiction factor of an extremely satisfying roguelike element going to it. You know, it's all about managing the giant hand to pick out a winning poker hand to build up scores. And then you get modifiers through physically changing the cards themselves or getting jokers, which are effectively passive spells. If you haven't, I mean, I don't know how much I'm explaining. Good idea, Sai. Thank you. But yeah, it's weird. Balatro just has like it's a puzzle game of using poker hands to try and make number go as big as possible, and getting good synergies between cards, building up a really strong deck over the course of the game, leveling up specific hands so that they score more, such as, you know, you get more score for a flush or a full house or a 2-pair or whatever. It is like one of the most sort of satisfying progression systems that I felt in a roguelike. And you like build a lot of room width to build up different themed decks that go for different approaches and how to build up your score. And you can lean really, really heavily into, like, you can get, like, effectively a deck that is just dedicated to getting straights and nothing but straights and getting as much score as possible from straights, for instance. Or you can get one that is, like, all about turning every card into a face card, and then you get cards that score more for face cards and, like, increase your multiplier on your score for face cards. There's just so many, there's such like a wide variety of like paths to victory, and I haven't beaten the game yet. Like, there's a bunch of decks that I've yet to unlock. There's Joker cards, which are like your main sort of modifiers that I've yet to unlock. Every time you complete the game, you get like new difficulty modifiers, such as you don't win money on every third like round, effectively. Or the ante, aka the score that you have to get, increases exponentially more as time goes on. And then there's like long-term metagaming, as in like you can skip rounds so you don't earn money for playing them, but you do get whatever tag they offer. The tag could be like a free Joker or free upgrades for a bunch of cards, just like a whole, or like just a ton of money, or money based specifically on certain actions that you took throughout the game. It has such a surprising depth to it, despite, you know, ostensibly being poker. And like the actual like in moment to moment gameplay of making poker hands is as simple as making poker hands is in real life. Just easier to get the hands that you want, because you get to choose from a wide variety of cards to pick 5 out of them to make your hand. But obviously there's a lot of luck as to what cards you get in your hand that you can make from there, and you can discard some to draw more that you can make a new hand with, and so on. Yeah, it's like deceptively deep, I would say. I've been absolutely enthralled with it. Also, the music is good, but I never listen to it. Like the music, it has like a dynamic, wee sort of spacey lounge sci-fi soundtrack to it. Yeah, I've played 93.6 hours of Balatro. To be fair, I'd say a good bit of that is it on the background while I'm working, because I'll work, and then whenever my head's fried, I'll play like a hand or two of Balatro before getting back to work. But you know, still at least a solid 60 hours of Balatro on my playtime, and I think it rather handily be up there. Helldivers. Helldivers is the game that I feel like I've said I want to play more the most this year. It's like it's a mixture of like skill, good judgment in how you approach certain objectives. And the skill sort of comes into like how well you can adapt evolving threats as you're heading towards those objectives. And also, you know, tactics in terms of what, like, weapons and, I forget what you call them, stratagems? I mean, that's going to be part of this one, Si. These are all the games that I didn't play from this year. But, yeah. Like, stratagems that you build, like, you can use stratagems to call in heavy weaponry like a minigun or a bazooka, or you can use it to summon a turret, or you can use it to carpet bomb enemies, or you can use it to drop in vehicles. And everything that you do in it is such immense fun because of the horde system of the game. Like it does very effectively here are a massive swarm of enemies. Use the many incredibly powerful weapons at your disposal to just blast them all to smithereens. But make sure to save some of those, because there's going to be a gigantic bug that takes serious effort to kill coming at you a little later in the level. And the constant threat of either just a giant horde or really strong enemies is like just exhilarating. And one of like the biggest strength of the game, like it really does have to be played multiplayer. I would say whether they're like on voice or friends or not, just like seeing other people also trying to deal with the horde you're dealing with, and occasionally cooperating. A lot of it is sort of like playing beside people, at least like moving in the same direction to sort of share the load of the threat that you're facing. But, you know, you do have the opportunity to save people or to sabotage them, often accidentally. There's a ton of like humor in both the sheer panic of getting overwhelmed in the game, as well as, you know, accidentally squashing a teammate because you summoned in a vehicle. NIV, do well. Yeah, it's all about sharing the load with. And yeah, good luck, V. I hope you find some good stuff, and you know, I hope the application process doesn't suck too much. The Leafy boys seem like they're worse than the big ones in a lot of situations. I don't know, the big ones can like destroy you in a single hit. The Leafy boys, I mean, they're good at creating a bunch of different enemies that get at you in different ways. Like the automatons are like fairly slow moving enemies, but they do the whole zombie thing of like, you look away for too long, you're suddenly right in the middle of them, fend them all off, for instance. And I do want to play against the Illuminate new faction, which is like literally just Greys plus zombies. But yeah, Helldivers is always tremendously fun to play. It's like, you know how I've said it before, like whenever there's like a sort of game that gets a bit of the virality social element to it, like for instance a Lethal Company, I tend to get bored of them fairly quickly. I guess usually because the gameplay doesn't really like strike me a whole ton beyond like that emotion of playing it with friends for the first few hours. Helldivers, every time I've like dipped back into it, has just been absolutely tremendous fun. I would love to spend a lot more time playing it, unlocking and trying out new weapons and, you know, doing all that stuff. I think that the sort of war bond system that they've got does feel a little too grindy for me. A little too on the like freemium model. But you know, it is effectively supporting the game as it goes on. They're adding stuff all the time to it. I hope they do get to the point of adding a new faction at some point. I'd like to see, you know, how they can expand this world further. So yeah, Helldivers stuff. I think I'll put it above Astrobot. Astrobot's slipping down for now. Helldivers does wish it was Extra Primal, that's true. If Extra Primal had the exact, it's like the same model as Helldivers, it would be, people will be talking about it. I will be talking about my favorite game mechanics and stuff. That'll be like one of my like little, I don't know, mini awards, whatever you want to call it. But Helldivers does have the I also in Call of Duty omnidirectional dive, which I always first associate with Metal Gear Solid 5. I don't know if it's a game that did it before it. So you can like dive on your back or on your side or any direction and like fire on enemies. it's such a good defensive slash counterattack option. I don't know why any third-person shooter that is fast enough really should include it. Resi 6 had it. Could you actually like? I thought Resi 6 like you got knocked down, but you could like. Oh no, I think you're right actually. Okay, maybe it's Resi 6, or maybe it's a Gears thing. I don't know. I always associate it with MGS5 or yeah MGS5, but yeah, no, I don't think it's actually the first one. Penny. Skull against the Black Priory, a tabletop inspired. Well, it's like, you know, it's sort of like the digital emulation of tabletop games that CRPGs sort of are in general. But it feels very inspired by things like Might and Magic and older dungeon crawly style games with a, I don't know what you would call the graphical style, Amiga-esque. I don't know. Definitely on that line of like gamer PCs back in the day. It's not like Mega Drive or SNES or something, because the sprite art is quite detailed. So yeah, probably like Amiga or like the later ones, Spectrums. Or like a DOS game. Yeah, like Lands of Lore is like where actually whenever I think of like the like close-up portraits and stuff, I think Lands of Lore, stuff like that. But yeah, it plays like a top-down turn-based RTS with, you know, you're moving your characters around on a grid during combat, taking turns, or doing attacks and spells with different classes, and like ranged attacks and yada yada yada. The setting is like the coolest thing about it, in my opinion. The combat system's fine. You have to really use both your spells and modifiers, you know, like buffs and debuffs and data effects to feel like you're getting anywhere. Because if you're trying to rely on just attacks, as well as sneak attacks and flanking, flanking's actually very important. The one thing I like about the game is how important placement is. Sorry, that's not the one thing I like about the game. That's the thing I like most about the battle system. But yeah, the importance of like flanking, spacing, positioning, making sure that you don't get surrounded, getting enemies in choke points, all that stuff. I love that. The combat does suffer for me, where it feels like it can take an absolute age to finish a fight, especially if you don't have access to, like I was saying, like debuffs or magic or whatever, for whatever reason. There's a lot of just swing, miss, swing, miss, swing, miss, swing, a little bit of damage, because you also have, like, you have 2 health bars. You have effectively your armor bar, is your bigger health bar and regenerates easier. And then you have your HP bar, which goes down very, very quickly once you wear down the armor bar. But getting down that armor bar can take a long time. Which is why I'm saying, like, and I only discovered this, like, maybe about 50-60% of the way through the game, how important it is to be stacking on them buffs and debuffs and stuff, because otherwise you're really not playing with a full hand, and I don't think the game does enough to teach you that. Also, I think the UI for combat is not great. Like, selecting spells and abilities it's not like icons or anything. It is abbreviations of what they are. So magic missile would be me, for instance, and that just doesn't stick out very well. It does not engage a player in the process of selecting abilities, so it's almost easy to ignore them, and indeed I did ignore a lot of them. Like, the combat is decent, it's okay, it's got strong points, it's got weak points. The setting and the story is what I loved about the game. It is, you know, full-on cosmic horror business in a grayish, grimdark fantasy world. It's not like totally crapsack world. It's not like Berserk or whatever. But, you know, it's very much not everyone's big goddamn heroes kind of thing. You play as a mercenary, going to look for a noble, and you get caught on this island where a giant kraken is trapping everyone on the island, and there's all sorts of shit going on. There's disease spreading, people are going insane, there's cults sacrificing people to fish people. It's like all the hits of, you know, sort of you know, general Lovecraftian and other cosmic horrors, like Yellow King references, and yeah, all the classics done very well in a that sort of like rich epic fantasy style. The actual RPG this of the game is not like a choices matter game. There are choices that you could make in different quests that will affect their outcomes a little bit, and like a lot of it is sort of in the moment, the dialogue choices you make and how they affect how characters speak to you, as opposed to, you know, you get to majorly roleplay your character. You don't really. I like the sort of like non-battle abilities tend to be more towards skill checks to just succeed or fail in certain ways of traversing dungeons and stuff. And there's a nice bit of that. Like there's a lot of like stuff to lockpick. There's good stealth. There's checks for like dexterity and stuff, like how nimble your character's hands to like deal with traps and whatever. There's a good bit of that, but it does feel very much more sort of like just dungeon crawly with a heavy plot focus. And I like the characters, I like the plot. I was fully engaged all the way through. Maybe the game started to like drag in certain sections a bit too long before moving on, but the actual story itself did not drag at all. It built up to an ending very well, and I thought that the ending was the third act is just wonderful in ways that I wouldn't want to spoil for anyone who might want to play it. Some people don't like that it is all very like linear at the end, or like fairly linear at most. But in terms of creating the kind of vibe, you know, dark cosmic horror vibe in a fantasy world that they wanted to, and taking the familiar and twisting it and putting you right out of it. Yeah, it's very, and there are elements throughout the game that sort of like hint what's happening in reality. There's stuff that's very easy to miss that whenever you like get to then you're like, oh shit. Alright, fair enough, cool. I did get that. But I sort of I guessed what was happening with the story to some degree, like right off the bat. But the way that they did it, they lean full on into it to the point where it's just like the horror aspects of the game really do hit for me. Also gorgeous art, just fantastic art. The actual world sprites, like the in-game characters and environments are all really good. The illustrations are fantastic. It's like some of the best art in games this year as far as I'm concerned. So yeah, I'd say it's a very damn good game. You know, not S tier maybe, but I very much enjoyed Skald Against the Black Priory. Man. Back talking about roguelikes. I mean, the thing is with roguelikes, like, a whole part of their appeal is, do you like a game that will have you doing sort of like the same challenges again and again, but with evolving tools over time? And for me, the answer is if it's the right style of gameplay, yes. Shogun Showdown. Let me see if I can get some gameplay. I should probably have gameplay of these things as I'm talking about them. Okay, this works. Yeah, Shogun Showdown is your character is like on a grid of squares and moves side to side, and there are enemies on either side of them. I mean, let me see if I can jump to that. And you get these little cards at the bottom here. Also, let me know if I should resize this or if it's okay. The cards represent different moves that you can do. There are moves that, like, there's melee moves, there's range moves, there's moves that move you or move enemies. And the key mechanic of the game, well, there's like a couple. There's like positioning is vitally important. How you move as well as how you move enemies, because it's one of those ones where you like get an indication of what the enemy is going to do in the turn after yours. So obviously you want to like move out of the way of things or get on the other side of people. Every character you have has like a cooldown ability. Like this character we're looking at right now can just like slip to the other side of an enemy. There's another character who has the cooldown move pushing another enemy directly in front of them, like to the other side. And you know, also how you move people matters, because if you knock one enemy to another, you do damage. And that whole movement thing and the game in general becomes so much more like intensely interesting because of your ability to see what the enemies are doing, and whenever you learn their moves, to predict like their moves 4 or 5 turns ahead. So the game becomes like a mixture of how far can you predict ahead your opponent's moves to make sure that you're always out of risk, or to use their moves against them, or to redirect their attacks to their enemies. It's like one of those games. Whenever you play well, you're not getting touched, and you're like bristly in it, man. You're like parrying shit, you're moving between them, you're getting those digs in. And yeah, and one of the coolest things is just the sheer variety in the game. Not only like there's a whole bunch of different enemies, you move between different themed areas. You can choose which ways you go to like fight different enemies and different bosses. Like I said, every character has their own ability, but the amount of these like little cards that you get throughout the game, everyone has a starting deck, but as you play through it, you can unlock, like, you can use anything as any character. And there's so many different ones. There's like bows, spears, swords. These things that like 2 swords that attack on both sides. There's ball and chains. There's muskets. And the way that you can build, there's so many different ways. I played, let me see, how many hours have I played now? So many damn hours. Okay, 22 hours of it. Not as much as Balatro, but you know, I had a lot more time with Balatro. And yeah, every run, unless I like actively tried to repeat a tactic that worked for me, but to do it better, every run felt massively differently. And you also have the ability to customize your moves. Like you can see the little pips above them that are gray. One of them has 2 yellow pips and a gray pip. Those are your upgrade slots. So you can reduce their cooldown, you can make them do more damage, you can give them the ability to knock back enemies, or to poison, or freeze, or whatever. You can make it so that your move, like, you can prepare it without having to use a turn. Yeah, the sheer level of play customization is like one of the deepest that I've seen specifically in a deck builder. Like stuff like Slay the Spire and Diceomancer has like a lot of variety in what cards you get, and there is like some room to customize them. I feel like this game sort of takes that to the nth degree to like let you. It doesn't give you the occasional opportunity to customize your deck. You're like all the way through it. You're changing how your moves work to like create workflows effectively that work the best for you, as well as like consumables and like passive abilities that can, you know, help you poison enemies, or like just by any attack, or by using your like non-attack abilities. Or you can have moves that cooldown immediately if you do the right amount of damage with them. It is just, it's like, it's chemistry. It's like just whenever you bring all the ingredients together and they just work so damn well together, you feel like an absolute genius in Shogun Showdown. And I think it is definitely one of the better games of the year. I think it's up here at least. I think I'm gonna put it above Helldivers. I love this game. I like, whenever I play this game for enough time, I'm thinking about it afterwards. Pippins, welcome in. Okay. I think I'm equipped to talk some about UFO 50. But like, I don't know, maybe not enough. It's hard because it has 50 games. It does have 50 games. And I haven't played all of them. But what I have played is so impressive. It's really, it's probably one of the hardest games to just compare to other games. Because like, am I comparing Overbold, which is fantastic? Am I comparing Mooncat, which is weird and wonderful and seemingly simplistic on the face of it, but wonky and complex to control in a way that what Mooncat reminds me of is Katamari. Shit, yeah, I don't really know how to talk about UFO 50 now that I think about it. I should have prepared some sort of statement. It is one of the most impressive projects in video game development that I've ever seen. It is a very interesting exploration of what older video games might have looked like if they used the technology afforded to the time to play with mechanics and concepts that did not become popularized or even invented until generations later. It has so many games that are, on the face of it, simple momentary amusements that when you get into them you realize, oh no, actually this got some shit. They know what they were doing. This is like Overbold is a great example. As is I forget what you call it, the game where you're playing as like a little F1 car and it's like a Rally X thing, but instead of just like going around the track, you're trying to paint it Splatoon style, and there are other things painting the track as well, and you have to get a certain percentage of the track painted. Like, that seems like something that you would pick up in a, 50 value games collection and play it once and never want to play it again. Whereas I want to play it again. I want to complete that game. That's sick. It's great, the way that they vary it going on. And then there's games that are just like on the face of it impressive and super cool, like is it Valbrace? Valbrace, the dungeon crawler, which I also played during our last scoop. Or, I'm trying to think. trying to think of the others that I played. The Metroidvania, where it has like the polarity mechanic, where you can like flip around to stand and platform on the wall, on the roofs instead of the floor, and do vice versa. Also super cool. Or the fucking mascot cat game, where you have, in one of the 50 games, you have like at least 5 different modes of gameplay. That one was super impressive. I think the only reason that I have UFO 50 on here is that I am content to put it like at least up this high. I don't know if it's my game of the year yet. I think it might retroactively become my game of the year, like how I sort of retroactively said, actually, you know what, I did enjoy Signalis more than even Elden Ring. Like, it hit me that deep. It might be one of those situations. I might come back and say, yeah, you know what? Obviously. It just depends, like, the body of work, exploring that itself, the process of opening new games, blowing dust off the little digital cartridges, is so fun and exciting, and the ideas that they're exploring with it are never, as far as I've played, never trash. The train game, the fucking train stealth game that's like part Ronin, part... I don't even know. It's so good. It's so good. There's so many damn good games in here. I cannot wait to play more. But why haven't I? I think I'm not gonna... I don't know. I need to decide how I'm gonna stream UFO 50. That's the thing. I want to play all of UFO 50, but I need to decide how I'm gonna stream it. Whether I'm just gonna have dedicated UFO 50 streams, or I'm just gonna choose one of the many UFO 50 games to play for an hour during scoops or whatever. I don't know. But either way, I'm sure we're gonna have a ton of fun. Okay, Haunted Castle Revisited. I almost put the entire Dominus collection here, but I don't know. Like, I don't count straight up re-releases of games or remasters of games as brand new things. So for me, the game that I'm rating for this year as part of the Dominus collection, and also like one of the most exciting things, I always wanted the DS collection. That was like the sort of dream collection for me in terms of Castlevania games. I wish it came out before I streamed all the DS games. Would have been a lot easier for me. But aside from just how exciting that was, this was like one of the most underrated parlor trailers. A full remake of the quote-unquote classic Castlevania arcade game, the much maligned, specifically by me, Castlevania game, Haunted Castle. And yeah, it took the concept of a sort of, not run and gun, but you know, run and whip, much more straightforward, sort of linear, less platform heavy Castlevania arcade short adventure. It took what the original Haunted Castle was trying to do and just made it a lot more fun. It does not have the absolute bullshit difficulty at every step that Haunted Castle does. And I'm not saying bullshit difficulty like, you know, some people might say Castlevania 1's bullshit difficulty. You know, I'd say that one stage, which actually is. I mean, like, just proper designed to eat your quarters. Like, you have to dodge a million bricks as they fly across the screen in the least engaging and interesting section possible. Or, you know, you're just constantly getting swarmed by a mob of enemies that's designed to be nearly impossible to go through without taking damage. That sort of shit. That sort of shit that made the original Haunted Castle absolutely nightmarish is not here. It's just a very, very simple side-scrolling, you know, the things that matter is how you deal with enemy placement and movement, and within the sort of bounds that the platforms allow you to get into. Like, I never consider Castlevania, classic Castlevanias, as platformers, or as sort of like combat-driven games. It's just that the platforming affects your options in combat, if that makes sense. And yeah, but the thing that it does take from Haunted Castle is all like the excellent like little sort of cinematic moments. The soundtrack. Cinematic moments, I mean, like within the game, like, you know, whenever the stage that we saw there goes on fire and you have to like platform across a sea of flames, or actually, I think the one thing that they didn't do is that they didn't have the bits where you like get trapped in a portrait, which I really miss. But yeah, no, it's a very, very solid game. I'm very super happy to play it. It's like an hour long, not very complex. So I think it is, you know, it's gonna go on the lower end of things. Also, the new arranged soundtrack kicks ass. A bunch of new interesting takes on some of Castlevania's best, but least used tunes. Also, there's 5 games here, so I could go there. Yeah. thoroughly enjoyed my time with Haunted Castle Revisited. Very worthy part of the Dominus collection. 100% worth it for any, you know, long-term Castlevania fan, or anyone who ever wanted to try Haunted Castle but thought that looks like shit. They made a good version of it. Okay. Moving on to Sorry We're Closed. Sorry We're Closed. The survival horror, you could say that gameplay wise, a bit of a throwback in terms of, you know, it's very Resident Evil-y, fixed cameras, or well, like mostly fixed cameras. The cameras do move. You're in full 3D environments. The camera moves, but it does have like sort of the third-person fixed perspectives that you use to navigate and explore and find items to get through obstacles and solve puzzles and so on. But with the addition of a first-person camera whenever you go to attack, which I loved. Thought that was a fantastic way to do that. I'm sure there's probably other games that do that as well. But it's great in this. And also has this excellent, you know, there's sort of like a Silent Hill otherworld thing happening on top of the real world. And it is very visually inspired by Silent Hill in that other world. But unlike in Silent Hill, you can just click your fingers to open up a portion of the quote-unquote real world around you, which can, you know, there are going to be obstacles there and like spikes and stuff that are there in the other world, or the underworld as it is in this game, that are not going to be there in the real world. So like you can click your fingers to get past them, or if you trap one of the enemies in like the little sphere of influence that pops around you, whenever you click your fingers, you can stun them and reveal their weak point to, you know, swing your axe or shoot your gun for maximum damage. And yeah, the gameplay stuff is all super cool. Really, really neat. It's a very linear game. In terms of structure, like the game you could compare it to quite easily is Silent Hill 4, The Room, because it is a lot of going to specific locations. In fact, I think like the first level being a train station is very likely a direct reference to Silent Hill 4, The Room. Probably either noticed or always had in mind that comparison whenever they're making this game. Nice enemy variety. I feel like the levels sometimes maybe a little short. They have climactic bosses that score high on the spectacle scale for me, and also have absolutely awesome music. Like the music in the boss fight. The music throughout the game is real good, but the music in the boss fights is awesome. I loved it. I forget what you call the hip hop collective that did it. Got a Japanese name, but they're not Japanese. But yeah, there's like a chorus of one of them in particular. The Matilda fight is always stuck in my head forever. But yeah, also you can see like the visuals are pretty standout. The character aesthetics are you know, very funky, counterculture, very, you know, sort of, I don't know, almost pop arty in some degrees. The portrait art is gorgeous throughout the game. I don't know who did the illustrations, but I probably should, because they did a fantastic job. Like, all the portraits look excellent, and you see like close-ups of art in the pause screens and the save screens and the various menus. Always super nice to look at. But yeah, as much of it as it's a survival horror game, it is also a very, very heavily narrative, story-driven game. I say you're spending probably about 60% of your time doing your survival horror, explore, and find items and fight enemies kind of stuff, and you're spending about 40% of the time, if not 50% of the time. It might be 50-50, but at least 40% of the time talking between levels. You know, you're out living in the real world, you've got your friends that you're checking in with. The game is very much about love and relationships. The main premise being that effectively that your character has been chosen as the next what's the word? Target for romance by a very powerful demon called the Duchess. But yeah, this is actually a curse, whereas like if you don't give the Duchess your love, which no one does because, you know, everyone's scared the fuck out of her, or you know, you meet a lot of the characters, the bosses that you meet were people who got cursed by the Duchess and have like their own foibles that stop them from being able to love or whatever. But yeah, this curse effectively means that if you can't defeat the Duchess, then you're also eventually going to turn into a monster because you're not able to return her love as is. You're like hunting down other cursed people to collect these artifacts that make you powerful enough to fight the Duchess. But whilst you're doing that, you're exploring sort of the intersection between demons and humans and angels. That's the sort of like the triangle of relationships that affects all the character relationships in the game, and it is about relationships. You meet like at least I think it's like three other couples. Yeah, 3 other couples. Oh yeah, everyone's gay in this game. Tons of gay characters, non-binary characters, very, very queer friendly all the way through. But yeah, you're like the conversations you're having, the storyline sections are very much a choices matter type of thing. First of all, I think they're well written. I think that a lot of characters are very, very charming. I feel like there are some characters that are intentionally designed to be quote-unquote problematic faves in a way that feels kind of cheap for how good the rest of the game can be, but hey ho, that's just my opinion. But yeah, the choices that you make directly affect the way that different relationships carry out, and all the relationships do sort of tie into the main plot. Like there are like 4 or 5 different endings that you can get, and like endings get locked off or open depending on like not just like big choices you make in them, like this is a main story choice, what are you going to choose, like how did you do with this particular character side quest, what did you decide when it came to this other character, did you accept a bargain that felt extremely Faustian in nature right off the bat. And yeah, no, I also think that very, very good game. Like I thought that the story like progressed as smooth as butter. I think that the only thing that might hold some people back is how much yapping there is. Didn't hold me back. I enjoyed all the characters. I enjoyed the different choices. I thought it all hit very well. Yeah, I'm like gameplay wise, I kind of wish that there was a little bit more depth and complexity to sink your teeth into. Like maybe more weapons, more enemies, slightly longer gameplay sections, more bosses, that kind of thing. But that might have made it a little too long for what it was doing. Maybe I just would have liked the balance of the game to be more towards gameplay. I don't think that they should have had less story, just maybe more gameplay. Because what was there was really good. And I think that, like, perfectly ripe to explore the mechanics that they have in a bunch of really interesting ways. And what was there was super interesting, so you know, this is like I would be okay with a sequel. There is one thing, I was talking with Karma a little bit about this, in terms of like, the game is effectively about love and relationships and the transformative nature of relationships for both ill and good. And the game allows you to choose, like, because you're dealing with demons and souls and murder, the game allows you to have a sort of very cavalier attitude towards the fact that as part of the plot, like dozens of people are getting murdered or in direct danger. And the game allows you to make choices that, you know, morally unconscionable, effectively. Like, just straight up. But the game feels like it is so committed to allowing you to have your own opinion on how you make these choices that the characters act in a way that can feel a little downright sociopathic. Like, you could almost say that it sort of like emulates some of the most, I don't know, quote unquote, problematic tropes of toxic love in queer stories. I'm sure there are people who are better versed to talk on this than I am. For me, it is just on that it can feel a little silly sometimes that the main characters does at times react appropriately to the sort of horrific stuff that's going on, but then can also just turn around and make choices that act in complete contradiction with this. Hey, I said we were talking about this. I mentioned you. You're being credited. Although I had the term cavalier approach to murder and violence and all that stuff. I directly said that while I was playing that, so you can just step on out of here. No, a very, very good point, well made, Karma. I'm not sure I would go. I don't know. I'm not sure how far I would take that point. Yeah, abuse was also the sort of thing like that's what I mean. Like sort of like tropes of abuse in her relationships. But yeah, like I don't know how fully equipped I am to talk about that. Like like there could be room to explore those topics. I don't think that the game is particularly willing to dive that deep into there. But then again, I haven't played every route either. But also, it does like fully address like this is an unhealthy relationship. This shit is not good. Yada yada yada. But that's because of the route that I chose at the same time. It's kind of. I have to see how the game unpacks it to some degree, right? And I'm willing to give it some good faith, some grace. Maybe it does handle that shit well, depending on the if you do go for the most potentially toxic routes. Although the one that I went for, like the ending, based on who the character that I sort of quote unquote ended up with, is all like questionable at best. But yeah, there's a bit of the romanticization of the danger of love as well that is funny when you're dealing with murderers. And yeah, no, they definitely do. I love Benedict and Robin. That topic will come up later. But yeah, sorry we're closed. Will I put it here? Will I put it here? Like, I think it is a very good survival horror. Well, no, a very good survival horror game mechanically. Like, it's in terms of the best of the genre, like mechanically, it's blow for blow with them. It's just like the just needed more gameplay, you know? But I think it swung for an idea really hard, and it mostly succeeded, you know? Its aim was true. I feel like my issues with the game are on the quote-unquote video gamey side of things. Engaging with it as a story, as an audiovisual piece of art, as a creative idea, a concept, a force, resigningly positive. Yeah, I'll keep it there for now. It might move down a little bit. I don't think it's going above UFO 50. I don't think it's going above Beladro. Okay. Moving on. talking about Songs of Conquest, which is ostensibly a Heroes of Might and Magic clone. I was playing the single player, which is, you know, a very story-focused campaign. Got a bunch of different playable factions. You build up your leaders within the factions, and beneath them they have, you know, it's Heroes of Might. Like, gameplay-wise, it is straight up Heroes of Might and Magic, a clone. Obviously, it has its own approaches, it has its own nuances to base building and exploration, but you know, they wanted to make something that felt like Heroes of Might and Magic, and I think they largely succeeded. And I did enjoy a lot of the game. I mean, I'm a Heroes of Might and Magic fan. But my biggest issue, I think, with the game is balance. And this could just be me being not... Well, no, I have a couple issues. First of all, and this, I don't know. Okay, the sprite art is gorgeous. Everything looks wonderful in it. The story writing is alright. You know, it's a fairly decent, not overly... At least I didn't get super far in it. It might get a lot more complex and interesting later. But, you know, not overly pushing the boat out on the fantasy tropes. The base building feels like a little limited compared to Heroes of Might and Magic. And like, that is obviously the comparison that you're gonna make. But yeah, it's the balance. Like, the levels are so damn long. Like 40 minutes or more per story mission. And the balance on normal difficulty and up has you doing such long-term planning that literally there are sometimes I got into a thing, I was like, oh, okay, I have to retry this and I have to play it entirely different from the start. I think the game could maybe just be a little sort of like a lot of strategy games. Major gripe with a genre that I love. They really could do more to not just tutorialize how games work mechanically, but to help you get in line with the sort of strategic thinking that you should have. It's not a game where you can like find your feet and improvise the most effective way to play. It's like, if you don't have a sort of at least semi-optimized, planned out path, your own long-term strategy in this level that you're playing for the first time, say goodbye to 45 to 50 minutes. That was my major gripe with the game. And again, I'm willing to accept that might just be because I'm not very good at these games. But if you said you're banned, and yeah, there's probably, you know, half the people in here might not have that problem if they're playing the game. But yeah, if you tone down difficulty, it becomes too boring. But like the aspect of exploration, of building, that's one of the things I love about, like, Heroes of Might and Magic tends to have the same sort of feeling for me as 4X games like Civ or Stellaris, where exploration feels great. And because in these games there's a like healthy dose of RPG stuff alongside strategy, it like feels doubly fun to explore around the place. There's also again like items for your character and like buffs to help you navigate the various things around you. There's like a good mix of enemy faction units and neutral threats to deal with. But yeah, is it a game that quote unquote respects your time? I tend not to like that that line of questioning. But yeah, maybe just changes to the balance And you know what? The thing is that you can save like freely, and I did save mid-level as well. But it's just like sometimes the gulf opens up that widely that it does become clear that it's a whole level affair. I will like to return to Songs of Conquest. Also, another problem that it shares with Might and Magic, the titular magic is way stronger than the titular might. Like, good spells will wipe out army composition, which is unfortunate. But yeah, I still like it. It's still a good game. That difficulty curve just sort of stopped me from fully engaging with it. All right. Next, we're talking Mario Party Jamboree. At this point, I've played 4 full-length games of Mario Party Jamboree. And yeah, it's Mario Party. It sure is Mario Party. But, you know, Mario Party board game with minigames. Like the things that I measure the effectiveness of a Mario Party game by is variety. It's like variety and balance. I think the game has excellent variety. It has like just a ton of playable characters. I don't think anyone's gonna like. It would be hard to be unhappy with how many Blorbos you can play as in this game. If you have a favorite Mario Blorbo, they're in here. The minigame variety, also excellent. I haven't unlocked them all on my own like thing, so we were getting some repeats when we were playing, but like there's I was looking through it, there's so many minigames that we haven't played. A lot of them are great fun, a lot of them are quite bullshit. Multiplayer wise, it has all of the potential for tomfoolery, skullduggery, sneak thievery, shenaniganery. All of that stuff is in there. I betrayed Mega in the game where we were teamed up together because in the macro of the game, I was trying to get him at a disadvantage, and he held that against me for the entire game and tried to sabotage me regardless of what we were doing. Free for all, on the same team, whatever. And that is like, that's one of the beauties of Mario Party, right? You know? It's like Risk. It's a game based largely on at what point you try to betray or fuck over another character or player, and that leads to a struggle grudge that lasts the entire rest of the game. Like look, this is a minigame that I haven't seen yet. There's a lot of minigames that I haven't seen yet in this game. I think the board variety is great. It has a good mixture of new and old boards with various gimmicks, such as there's a train that you can operate to either fast track your way around or to hit other people. There's a chain of islands that can connect or disconnect based on the waxing and waning of the waves. There are others we haven't played. I know there's a race kart one. There's a mall one based on escalators and elevators, which is, you know, it's all good, great fun. And yeah, one of like the nice bonuses of this one in particular is that they have a sort of like no items, Fox only final destination mode, where you can decide there's no random chance shit outside of dice rolls. Like if you land on this ghost, instead of stealing a specific number of or a random number of coins from a person, it always steals so many coins. Or, you know, the Bowser spaces always do one specific kind of bad thing to you instead of a random chance of different bad things. And also it lets you do a thing where instead of just like rolling for random minigames, every player can pick a minigame and it chooses randomly from which ones they pick out of a selection. So like if all 4 players select the same minigame, then that's the minigame you're playing. And it Like, also, like, the thing I actually like the most about that mode is you always have your, like, bonus chance stars at the end of the game, which can be like, this person used the most items, or this person moved the most spaces, or this person moved the least spaces, so they get a little extra star at the end. The competitive mode set, like, straight up tells you, like, instead of just, like, revealing at the end what the random star was, it tells you straight up what your secondary objective to earn this one last star is. I love that. I think that's a great... I don't know if that's been in other Mario parties, but it was a great addition to this one for sure. Oh, wait a second. We're watching Mario Party Walks at Superstars. This is the wrong game. Sorry. This isn't Jamboree. I was thinking this result screen looks very different from what I was playing. Does Jamboree have quickest cricket? Not certain. I don't remember there being any cricket game. I don't know quickest cricket in general. I think there's probably a decent enough chance, given that it does have, you know, it has a whole bunch of minigames from older Mario parties. My series knowledge is not super extensive. There are like some games that I can recognize, and then just a whole bunch like I've only played maybe 4 Mario Party games. But yeah, this was a good one. I am a Mario Party fan. None of the Switch games looked like they were hitting in the way that I wanted them to, and this I think did do it. So I'm gonna put it here. It is right now in the number 11 slot. Okay, next we are talking about Go Mecha Ball. Another roguelike game for the year. I'd say I'd play about 5 hours of this. Also, I guess like one of the things that is like a potential draw or benefit of Mario Party is, you know, it's Mario. It's all the super shiny modern Mario art direction. Reason a mechanical insect that only moves by hopping. Oh, so it's not actually a cricket game. It's like you're on a cricket. Well, I haven't played it as of yet. Like I said, I've played about 4 full boards of Mario Party, Jamboree, and I know for a fact there's a ton of minigames that I haven't played yet. But no, not seen that one. But yeah, Go Mecha Ball, a fast-paced twin-stick shooter roguelike, where sort of the primary mechanic of the game is that you're the Mecha Ball. You're a little pinball thing you can walk and shoot, but most of the time you are in fact rolling and shooting, and you can make use of ramps and jumps and a bunch of other stuff to quickly traverse around these arenas to get altitude, to do jumps, and like whenever you're going fast as your little ball, because of like boost or whatever, you can damage other enemies. You get different guns, and you also get different you know, secondary skills, sort of like the Risk of Rain. Well, no, it's not actually Risk of Rain. It's, I don't know what has, you know, a whole bunch of roguelikes have like secondary skills you use on cooldowns. And I think the cooldown system does work well in this game because your primary weapon is always, you know, fairly decent, as is your ability to use your ball form to damage enemies. It's also very, very fast, exciting, fun, in that sort of like almost Doom pace of always be on the move. Oh yeah, Hades, of course Hades. Except, you know, in this you get a lot more like choice. Like you just can freely choose your different cooldown abilities, as well as your different weapons. And I think you have like different pilots for your ball that give it different specific abilities. But yeah, really fun, fast-paced, exciting shooter. Very easy to like accidentally kill or damage yourself for quite a long time. Like, I mean, you learn to become a lot more precise in controlling your movement, especially whenever like you can take ramps that just throw you off the end of the stage and like take, I don't know, a quarter of your health or whatever. And then you get all like the standards are like roguelike upgrades. You get the big boss fights, which are pretty good. Like it's all very solid twin stick shooter stuff. With the like ball mode never gets like quite pinball levels of we're going wacky with it. You always have quite a good degree of control over your traversal, which I don't know, that could be a detractor to some people, that it doesn't go buck wild with the concept of it, but I thought it was pretty good. Overall, that's what I'd say. The game is pretty darn good. I enjoyed it. Solid. I had fun with it. I would be happy to play more of it. Just haven't got to yet. It's gaming. It is gaming. What about Zenless Zone Zero? I think I played like 10 hours of this game overall. I did one stream of it. I played it for a good bit. Off stream. Can I find some gameplay footage, please? Drag drop to freestyle is kind of okay. Alright, direct laser. Okay, so Zenless Zone Zero, you know, no one needs an introduction to Zenless Zone Zero, really. It's a MiHoYoverse take on character action game where you're swapping between parties, fighting these enemies in stylish, fast-paced combat, using regular combos and cooldown moves. And yeah, if you're an enjoyer of style over substance, then this game has that is this game. It's got it in spades. The character designs are definitely going to appeal to a whole bunch of people, both because of Rule of Cool and Horn. The game looks really good, which is especially impressive because it like runs on mobiles as well. Like it has very intentional art direction. You like if they made a proper, you know, full-bodied, premium-priced beat-em-up / character action game with this look, it could easily do very, very well. But why would they? Because they're making like an absolute ton, and yeah, of course for weeps, but they're making a ton of money off the freemium model as is. And yeah, the amount, like they do put investment and craft and love into it, like both in these like, you know, in-game cutscenes as well as a sort of like comic book cutscenes between levels. I get the feeling that the creators of this world and story love their characters and their various tropey personalities and super cool comic book abilities and whatever. But yeah, for one, gacha game, all that monetization shit going on, progress going, like definitely 100% gets gated after you get so many hours into it. There is an absolute ton of downtime yapping and walking around town stuff between the action that probably for some people helps to better ingrain them in the world. I didn't hate it. I didn't particularly like it. It was fine. But yeah, this game, whether or not I was going to play it more, aside, like, obviously the gacha thing is a barrier, just right off the bat. But whether or not I was going to play it, it was based on, like, how good the combat is. And the combat looks good, it feels cool to do cool stuff in it. But it's really, really shallow. It's, like, pretty much just using a relatively limited number of abilities per character to optimize combos to do damage as much as possible, and the enemies themselves rarely offer much in terms of variety and challenge. You can always deal with stuff by doing your super cool cinematic dodge, and then you just get a free counter into combo chance. And speaking of that counter dodge does slow things down so much to the point that it like almost gets absurd, where you're like dodging moves and it's constantly slowing down. Not in a like Bayonetta witch timey mode. I mean, like you also slow down. Like you don't get to like move in slow motion, whatever. You slow, everything slows right down, and you get a big prompt to do a counter attack. I do like the character switching and combo thing. Like there are a lot of mechanics in this game that I think would work better in a game with more fleshed out movesets, but the movesets are not fleshed out. Very, very limited combos for every character. The variety in the gameplay is supposed to be through your switching. I guess it's kind of like supposed to feel like switching different weapons in a character action game or whatever. But just the movesets are so short, and the enemies are sort of largely easily ignored that it just doesn't stick the landing for me. I wish it did. I think it looks cool enough. Like I would play, like if there was a game that played like this, yeah, it's gonna be in the bottom. I know for a fact it's gonna be in the bottom. If there was a game that played like this, but or sorry, looked like this but played like, I don't know, even to have Visions of Mana tier of emulating character action game but simplified, I would probably love it, but I don't. Okay, sticking with the freemium model games. Time we were talking about Marvel Rivals, the Overwatch clone from Marvel's. First of all, just talking stylistically and aesthetically, I think the game looks great. I like a lot of the redesigns. I do think that they're wildly horny with it, predominantly on the women. But you know, does Venom need that ass? Captain America need to be that swolled up. Such a horny game. You know, that's not really a complaint. It's funny. It is very generous in terms of like just letting, well, I think generous is an okay thing to say in terms of like letting you play, what, like 30 something characters right off the bat. And I'm not like a super like Marvel Comics or Bees fan, but I am a fan of Marvel characters, if that makes sense, especially whenever they're put into video games. Like I like Ultimate Alliance, I like obviously Marvel vs. Capcom, any Marvel like fighting games. I think they provide a ton of good ground to explore a bunch of like different smashing my action figures together. That's what I want from Marvel games, and I think it does that well. And you know, the lore stuff that comes with them is fun. But I don't dislike Marvel Comics. The MCU, you know, has its ups and downs. But yeah, and this does a good job of you know, turning your Marvel heroes into a bunch of, you know, fun action figures in a third-person shooter context. Also, a lot of characters that don't get featured in a whole lot of other things, like probably have quite a big old legacy in Marvel, but like Adam Warlock is not a character that is featured strongly in media outside of the comics, nor Jeff the Shark. I think Cloak and Dagger recently got a series. Like Moon Knight's been in a few games. Like that kind of, like it has a good diversity of your big MCU peeps, your X-Men faves, your Marvel vs. Capcom mainstays, as well as, you know, picks for the freaks, you might want to say. Was Adam Warlock in a movie? What movie was Adam Warlock in? I don't remember ever seeing him in a movie. No Cable yet. That's kind of one of the exciting things about it. Like, is that they have such a one of the GOGs. Oh, I've not seen Guardians 3 yet. Okay, so maybe he's in that. My bad. Maybe there aren't freak picks. I don't know. You tell me. But there's a very... I mean, who the fuck is Luna Snow? That's the one thing. That's the one thing I'm asking. But yeah, also like I was saying, like one of the big exciting things is the sheer potential of characters gonna have. Like they've announced now that they're just adding the entire Fantastic Four. I think Ultron's getting added. There's gonna be a Doctor Doom at some point. They've said like they could add War Machine and the other Spider-Girl like Gwen Stacy and Miles Morales quite easily. Saw some leak pics as well, and some are weird. Does anyone care if we share leak pics in oh, well, we're sharing anyway. I don't know who that is. I assume it's a hitman. That's a monkey. Where's Hard the duck? That's what I'm asking. But yeah. The in terms of like, it's kind of hard to talk about the balance. That's something that has to like evolve over the long term. But in terms of being an Overwatch, there are like pretty clear analogs in a lot of the different character options. But also it feels like the overall balance is more sort of brawler heavy. Like there's a lot of just focused on getting in there, melee encounters. Which I kind of enjoy. I think it adds more options for people who are not like as technically skilled in terms of aim and stuff, but do have better sort of battlefield awareness abilities, which is always me. I'm always playing tanks for that reason. But they have DPS options for those as well. I know Iron Fist is like one of the big sort of like, what the fuck is this dude's deal in terms of balance right now, but I can't speak super highly on that. I need to play more of it. I will play more of it. I do enjoy it, and it's free, so why the fuck would I not just jump into it? That's the thing, like I say that next. I have not found a particular problem in killing Iron Fist. Hey ho. Yeah, let's get Sai on the mic. Sai, what are you saying? Yeah, I just think it's like a super fun thematically enjoyable Marvel game meets pretty fun and well varied team shooter business. Iron Fist doesn't get banned in ranked, is all you'll say. Well, I mean, I imagine in ranked you're banned in characters that most people can't play. Like, you'd probably ban a Hawkeye, right? Iron Fist is not... I say it doesn't seem particularly difficult to use. I didn't find him difficult to use. But yeah, no, I enjoyed Marvel Rivals. I hope to spend more time with it. I'm not like particularly in love with the game. I do think it's a fun project. I think I'll probably put it above Songs of Conquest, yeah, for now. Okay. I don't want to share footage of mouthwashing, because everything that happens in mouthwashing is something that you should see for yourself. It is a singularly narrative-focused horror game. Pardon me. I don't even want to like talk too much about the nature of the horror in the game because, well, it's set in space. It deals with a lot of like paranoia and simmering tensions and weird visions. Yeah, Taylor did play this. The basic premise is that after a major cataclysm, you're stuck. You're part of a space freighter crew. And after a major cataclysm, you're stuck, dead in the water, no power to your ship, just you and the other survivors in a ship that is like half inaccessible because safety foam has blocked off a whole ton of shit, and also one of the crew members has been so horrifically damaged that you would pretty much instantly have the conversation of, should we just kill him? Kill this guy? And yeah, the thing is, it is like 100% the experience of the story is why you play it. I think it's a very good story. I think very distinct characters, well written. Some parts it does sort of over-egg what it's aiming at to, you know, a little bit purple in spaces. A little bit overly prosaic in a game that is 100% dialogue in its writing. But also the interactive elements of the game's story, there's not like a whole ton of like options or anything, but like how it fucks around with like inventory and your UI and stuff is all very interesting. The bits I find the least interesting about mouthwashing are, to keep it vague, like just the gameplay, like the actual like gameplay driven bits, the stealth section and the shooting section, to be vague about it, didn't work pretty well. One element in particular was super long and a bit of a drudgery at the end. A good scare for like the first 50% of time spent playing it, but then after I was like, okay, come on we go, on we go. But yeah, no, I think the story's fantastic. I think it's one of my favorite horror games in terms of its story. I think it's going to be super highly rated for me. Probably going to be... Yeah, it feels right to me right now. Oh yeah, Critters for Sale, that did look good. I was down for that. Also a sleeper hit from the perspective of feminist studies. Yeah, I mean, I'm once again not going to talk any details or even like specific themes, but I think that the themes that it did explore was done with some particular courage and not introspection, extrospection. It took a analytical look at the sort of socio-political realities of the topics it's dealing with. You know, pick up particular aspects of workplace culture and gendered interactions. I thought even it was never like it's very clear what happens, but it's never like spending a whole lot of time dwelling on the details of it, but rather the sort of socio-sexual mechanics that play into it, if that makes sense. Doesn't go like full essay into it, but does open up avenues for thought that I thought explored the topic thoughtfully and with, like I say, some conviction, some guts. I appreciate them. We were talking about mouthwashing there. Yeah, everything in the game is spoilers, and I think it is 100% worth playing. So I don't want to spoil any of it. I think if you like narrative-driven games, if you don't hate walking simulators, if you like horror, if you like PS1 graphics, well, emulated graphics, if you like meta game elements being used to heighten the story. Where's mouthwashing make it? Mouthwashing is currently 5th. Yeah, I'll put it here for now. Games. Yeah, we'll do this. One of these is gonna get elevated to goatee. Also, yeah, I guess, yeah. If you have any psychological triggers, check out the game and see if it'll hit them. What do the numbers mean? The ranks? Goatee is number 1, and we have 2nd place, 3rd place, 4th place, etc., etc. Right now, this is 1 to 5, And 10, 15. Oh, what was I talking about next? Metaphor. Yeah, I feel I'm equipped to talk about metaphor. If as far as I'm concerned, mouthwashing takes a deft hand to how it explores the topic at hand. I mean, it's not really a metaphor. Then again, metaphor is not a metaphor. It is really a dumb title for the game. It is not a metaphor. It is purely one-to-one analogous with the primary theme of its story, which is discrimination, particularly race-based. Yeah, it's not subtext, it is full text. Like, there's no metaphor for racism, it is just racism within the bounds of a fantasy world. Which I think for some people is, you know, a hit and a miss. The dwarves versus elves thing can feel a little played out and cartoonish. I actually think, although the writing of Metaphor Refantasio is very sort of blatant and in your face, like, yeah, I'm racist at you, is often said in the game. I think the sort of scope with which it has so far explored the topic, showing that it's not just an interpersonal thing. Like, there are people who are just absolutely horrible fuckers and will use racism as a vector for their nasty fuckery. And you know, the thing, I'm racist at you, that's real life. That does happen. But also the game does very much show that racism is also a systemic issue. You have multiple various institutions that have racism. So, what is Karma saying? What to? Did I say something out of pocket? Yeah, like the church, the government, historical things, tribal differences all play into the experience of racism in the game, and it does put you in the shoes of effectively someone who's racialized as like an underclass, putting you sort of like in the perfect perspective to see that all once again expressed very, very blatantly in your face. Not a whole ton of subtlety in how it approaches the topic, but like I said, a good amount of depth that I thought, yeah, okay, let's see where the game is going. Yeah, well, I was saying not just people are racist in real life, but that there are people who will just say to your face, I am racist at you. Obviously, I mean, I've experienced some racism in real life, but I'm not a racial minority where I live right now, so how much this shit hits in terms of proper representation of the experiences, I don't know. And the game does sort of operate on the idea that, you know, everyone playing will quite easily empathize with targets of discrimination. It's like it's like partially the very sort of moral black and white racism bad, which is true, but also simplistic. But it does also supplement with that with but how racism actually operates in society is deeper than just some people are bad racists and other people are not. To some degree. It's like, it like half lands it, as far as I'm concerned right now. But yeah, that like, all that's like the sort of primary thematic of the game. The actual experience of the game is, oh shit, it's a good ass Shin Megami Tensei crossed with the Final Fantasy job system. Well, sorry, more Persona. Like, it is very much the gameplay structure is dungeon exploration slash linear story segments with the Persona. What's the word? Dating sim borrowed elements, Taylor stop playing Loop Hero. Metaphor is your election canvasser for an ad hoc political system that makes no sense. You are, but also the game, like that is sort of like the face of how it's presented as well. Like, I don't think you're supposed to see the election system in the game and think, ah, okay, maybe I'm wrong on this because I haven't completed it yet, and don't spoil it for me if I am wrong. But like, the previous king doesn't seem like a super on the level dude. The use of the royal magic to set up this election system doesn't seem like a super on the level way of doing things. The game very, very clearly shows this is how you manipulate your democracy. And also, you know, the whole contest of the king thing is in like textually a farce, and a way of like, it's weird to call it a take on the systems of electoralism being gamed in the interests of vested power, but that is kind of what's happening in the game. Like it's I don't know how deeply it's going to explore that topic, but that is like 100% what's happening. But you know, it doesn't feel like like any sort of political treaties. It's no Disco Elysium by any means, because it is primarily about these are the bad guys. Granted, the aims of the character are more societally wide than just taking down the bad guys, but also it does fall into like some tropes of we're fighting on behalf of the good nobles. I don't know if it's going to go anywhere interesting with that. I think Stroll is starting to show like some aspects of exploring that a little bit. I don't know. But yeah, like I said, like the story is like half the game, because the gameplay is such a focus stealer. Both the social sim elements and the dungeon elements. I think that the combat system, I think switching out Persona for classes is pretty damn interesting. I think the classes are all super cool. I love the fact that you can equip your entire party with them and that you can customize them based on other classes. I wish that there was more sort of, you know, like in Final Fantasy V, like you can just take up straight up like passive I mean, you can take some, but like in Final Fantasy V, you can take like weapons and stuff and equip them onto different classes. I wish they did a little bit more of that, like legit build your own class style stuff. It's a little less fluid than that, but it is very cool. It's incredibly satisfying to unlock new archetypes. I love their designs. The magical armor suit mecha is a very cool look. And the combat system itself, I am playing on the higher difficulty that is available from the start. I don't know if you unlock a higher one later. But yeah, I love the combat right now. The addition of the retry battle R3 to immediately start the battle from the start is like one of the best additions that they could have had from this game, because it allowed them to design battles that can immediately go so far in your favor that you can easily carry even enemies a higher level than you can easily carry them right to their death, or can turn so badly against you that you are going to die in 1 or 2 turns and there's really nothing you can do about it based on a couple of poor choices or even just luck getting critted. That would be super duper annoying in so many RPGs, but for the fact that you can just say, okay, let's rewind, let's try it again, like at almost any point. Timmy did bring up a point last time I was playing it. It would have been good if they also had a immediately skip to game over, because sometimes you enter battle at a disadvantage, and if you want to like retry it without that initial disadvantage, you have to game over and approach it from a different angle to begin with. Would have been great if they had that. I do agree. We'll probably see that in Metaphor Refantasio Refantasio. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that. But yeah, the super dramatic swings back and forth of the battle. The press turn system is done well in this game. I always love the press turn system, and it works very well here, in my opinion. And they do more funky stuff with it through the combination moves that allow you to press 2 turns at once, or use 2 turns at once to, you know, land a really solid blow, or what's the word? You know, make enough of a dent in the enemy that the 2 turns you spent are worth it. And also ability like the Faker's chance to either half use all of your turns, which is a weird way to say it, or to give you extra turns. I love the combat system in this game. I think it's... I don't know if it's like Shin Megami Tensei levels of... Like, the thing I love about Shin Megami Tensei is that it uses the strategy of its actual moves extremely well. Once again, it's like the buffs, debuffs, and ailments are such a big part of Shin Megami Tensei. Persona doesn't lean as heavy into that because like more simple. This like doesn't lean as heavy into the fundamentals of move choices as Shin Megami Tensei, but it does make good use of its like system-wide mechanics, like the press turns and the critical hits and the weaknesses and so on, in a way that I think makes it more engaging than Persona. And yeah, like I said, I love the drama of the fights and how quickly they swing back and forth. The social sim calendar thing is very good at making like all of your downtime also feel very meaningful to how you progress in the game, because you know you're working not just to unlock the next part of your relationship with a certain character, but the additional advantages they'll offer to the archetype, the class that they represent, and like various little side benefits. Welcome in, Zeke. I hope urgent matters are not too serious, or hopefully resolved. Astrobot's not, I mean, to put it simply, Astrobot is a very, very, very tasty bowl of ice cream. It is delicious and beautiful, but not super complex in terms of how you engage with it. Or rather, I said it was akin to opening a whole bunch of presents on Christmas Day and then not really playing a whole ton with them after you've opened them. My experience with Astrobot was almost purely positive, outside of like... Shit, now I'm not gonna go over it again. Watch the VOD. But yeah, what else is there to say about Metaphor? I also did like that. Next, the element of you always get a rank up when it's time to talk to a person. Oh, no worries, Zeke. Well, I hope you have a peaceful rest of your evening. What's it a metaphor, though? My hope is that there is some sort of metaphor to the game, because right now, like I said, it's just an analog. It is just racism. Not a metaphor, it's just, this is racism, but in the game. But yeah. The story is interesting enough. I'm curious to see where it goes. I love the cast members. All the cast, like, I've said it before, but Stroll is the best normal dude party member in an Atlas game. Like, Ryuji's okay. Gunpei's okay. Fuck, Yosuke. Stroll's my dude. Hulkenberg, he's good. Izme, the best. I'll not go any further into who party members are because light spoilers. But yeah, I think Metaphor is here for me. Bump mouthwashing down. Bump skull down. Bones of Conquest goes there. Maybe the best RPG I've played all year. Stroll's not the best in metaphor. Stroll is the best normal dude party member, like that archetype in an Atlas game. Compared to the normal dudes in Persona, is what I mean. Every game has the just regular normal dude character, which Stroll sort of represents, even though Stroll is a noble. That is sort of like his role in the party. Socially, psychically. Alright. Let's talk buckshot roulette. Yeah, one of these is gonna get elevated to goatee. The goatee is gonna be the final decision made. What's my beef with Yosuke? Whiny. Whiny simp. Is that a fine way of saying it? To say I don't like teens? No, I don't like whiny simps. And by simps, I should say, you know, he's a hound dog hanger-on. He is that most annoying friend who had a crush that was obviously massively unrequited that he would not shut up about. Sound like someone we know? How dare you? I kept my unrequited loves to myself. And the letter bombs that they represented. Alright, Snufkin, Melody of Moomin Valley. I would say this, my sort of like feelings in terms of how I should put this in the... Oh, wait a second. I was supposed to be talking about Buckshot Roulette, but no, fuck it. We're talking about Snufkin, Melodies of Moomin Valley. Talk about Buckshot Roulette next. My sort of like feeling on this is much like it was with Astrobot in terms of like the gameplay is not complex. It is just a very pleasant experience of playing through this world. Except obviously this game is much less mechanically dense and focused than even Astrobot. Like Astrobot used mechanics as new toys to help you get through, you know, their spectacle-y moments, whereas Moomin is just all about total vibes, art direction, funny writing, lovely soundscapes. It is maybe my favorite game in the entire cozy indie game landscape. I was not like, I know the Moomins. I've never engaged with Moomins fully. I did not have relations with Mama Moomin. But in playing this game, I got to learn a little bit about them. And, you know, they might be some of the best children's media characters. They're like a mix of cute and charming, but also kind of like they got enough snark to be a little bit sort of tongue-in-cheek and deadpan when it works, but they're not like on like the smarmy quipster tiers of snark. Like, it's just perfectly balanced. I love the writing in this game. I love the characters. I want to live the life that Snufkin does, and I did thanks to this game. The actual like way of progressing is super simple, and I like maybe moves a bit sort of like slow pace for people. I'm certain there are probably going to be people who would just get bored playing this game, but I was vibing with it. Oh, I should mention, I did get the code for this game provided. I should also say that for Scald Against the Black Priory and Songs of Conquest and Mouthwashing. But as you can see, I'm putting those games all across the board in terms of rating, so it doesn't affect my feelings on them too much. I would have bought this game anyway. I think I would have bought most of the games that I got codes for regardless. Definitely Skull, definitely Mouthwashing, but you know, thank you to the devs for providing them. But yeah, it's just pure charm. Like, it is just a lovely, laid back, cozy experience. It's funny. I enjoyed banging my drum to the rhythm of the game. It's like the way that you interact with the world is with 3 instruments, and it's like so simplistic. You know, it could easily be someone's very first game. I'd ask for a review copy. Sometimes I'll just DM. Sometimes I'll use like one of the sites like Lurkit or Keymailer or Press Engine to just apply for codes. Sometimes I'll just get them sent to me in an email. Although I only ever cover games that I'm interested in. There have been plenty of codes offered to me for like stuff that, not really my cup of tea. I'm not really going to engage with it fully because not again I'm interested in playing myself. But I was interested in Snufkin, and it was lovely. It was lovely. Hey, I said I was gonna buy Moomin Valley, regardless. I definitely would have picked up this game. Probably on the recent Steam sales, but either way. So yeah, overall, Snufkin, Melody, Moomin Valley. I'll say it goes around here. That's a fine placement. Number 13 right now. Like from 10 to 13. Oh wait, yeah, 13. From 10 to 13 is kind of like a bit nebulous. Just like from 8 to 4 is a bit sort of nebulous. Like, there's a lot of room for shifting around in here. Alright, are you ready? Are you fucking ready? Are you fucking sorry? Buckshot Roulette. It is a hyper-simplified roguelike game based on Russian roulette, but you're using a shotgun. The shells are either going to blow your head off or they're blanks, and you use various items and choices to decide who goes first. And also you can you have like multiple lives. If you shoot yourself, you take 1 life, but you plan to take your other lives. You can also shoot the enemy. That's the choices. You can either shoot yourself or shoot the enemy, and you make your choices based on whether or not you think there's going to be a blank in there, which is based on your understanding of, you know how many blanks there are, you know how many real bullets there are, and you can use items to see what the next thing is, or to change what the next thing is, so you can manipulate your odds. You can also force the opponent to take a turn rather than yourself. You know, it basically applying just a bunch of like little modifiers and decision changers to Russian roulette, and it's pretty fun. It's really short. I've actually beaten it and unlocked like the additional difficulty that comes with it, but looking at the gameplay videos, like even that stuff is just like another 20 or whatever minutes of gameplay on top of it. Yeah, it's math. It's probability. It's probability fuckery. Has multiplayer. That's pretty interesting. And you know, I think it is a pretty fun deconstruction on how you can use the common strategic elements of roguelike games and apply them to something as simple as Russian roulette. Play a video. It's quite brief and relevant to the topic at hand. I'm gonna vet it first, but sure. But yeah, I enjoyed my time with Buckshot Roulette. I think it was a, you know, fun sideshow distraction. I would call it a good game. I'll put it up here. But it is super brief. It is a momentary pleasure. It's not making any super deep impacts on me. Multiplayer could be neat. Could play multiplayer with AOHEL. AOHEL, how about we do a scuba PB for the new year, and we have a game of Buckshot Roulette in the middle of it. It does also have excellent presentation, so I should say that. It looks great. I love the grimy nature of how everything looks. You start off in a bathroom, and it feels like you're in the back room of this club. Things are thumping. Yeah, definitely full marks in the presentation aspect for what it does. Like, it. Good job. Like, what can you say? It's all good stuff. And yeah, given that it is a game about shooting yourself, it is edgily humorous for sure. Damn, this is where it's going to start getting a little difficult for me. This is where I might start seeing some of these games at the top sliding down. You know, I think I'll probably, you know, I'm gonna. That feels okay to me. Let us see what Kiarma has sent. Thousand live runs, 0 blanks. This is a video by NYTWL. Okay, that's it. It's the whole video. Yeah, fair enough. Karma? But yeah. Elden Ring. Shadow of the Erd Tree. You know how some people say that Dark Souls 3 is a best of compilation of the Souls franchise, or Souls series, in like a derogatory manner? Shadow of the Erd Tree feels like it's taking that approach to Elden Ring, but like in the best manner possible. It's like taking it's new stuff, but it's like a super condensed experience of the main Elden Ring version. It's like okay. It's a sequel to Elden Ring within Elden Ring. It is a new map that takes the same open world progression plus, you know, what do you call it? People call them like legacy dungeons or whatever, you know, your main dungeons. It takes the same format, but it's not just smaller, but it is condensed in a way that, to me, felt like there was always something interesting around the horizon. Like, I kind of wish that Elden Ring just had the same sort of map approach to this game. I didn't mind the big openy areas of Elden Ring. It was more so like the little dungeons and stuff, like the little mini dungeons that fucked me off. But yeah, it adds a whole bunch of cool new weapons. It like takes the idea of what is a weapon type and applies it to stuff like perfume bottles, and adds like a whole bunch of just brand new weapon types on top of it, like brand new movesets. And given how I play Elden Ring, which is I equip every weapon that I can possibly while playing it. Yeah, true karma. I just loved trying out all the different weapons in this as well. New enemy types were all great. I loved the vast majority of the new bosses. Should do like a tier list of the Erd Tree bosses. I don't know which ones I disliked, if any. the Shadow Tree avatar was maybe sort of the most annoying one. A lot of people's least favorite boss is like legitimately my favorite boss in the game. Gaius and the Hog. Pardon me. I don't really know what else to say about it. It just feels like a super condensed, optimized version of Elden Ring with a lot of interesting new mechanics and enemies and armor sets. Storyline wise, I thought it was pretty damn great. I thought it was nice that it was a much more character-centric story. It put explicit and directed focus on the characters as opposed to making them super easily missed. And you can like very, very easily follow all of the characters' plot lines by talking to them, and also because they show up at some fairly reliable locations, which sets up for one of the in my opinion, okay, this is probably another for other people also like one of their least favorite boss fights, but the quote-unquote gimmick fight towards the end of the game, based on how you interact with characters, I really enjoyed. I think it builds on Elden Ring lore in an extremely interesting way, sort of going back to the origin while also uncovering the motivations and natures of characters that were much more lightly explored in the main game. Particularly, of course, the central feature of the game, Mikola, is a very interesting character, but it also explores more about Marika. Like, if you like your Elden Ring lore, which I do, I love Elden Ring lore. I think it's like one of my favorite stories in FromSoft's oeuvre. It's got tons to do with that. But yeah, also in a much sort of more personalized way, and as many people have said, it's not a game where like in Elden Ring or Dark Souls, where you're there in the aftermath of all the events that happened and sort of exploring the runes of the game story. You're very much there for one of the big crossing the Rubicon moments of the game's world. You're right there in the stage of history, as it were. Very cool. I loved Elden Ring. It was my second favorite game of last year, of 2023. And I'm not gonna deduct any points to Erdtree for being quote-unquote just the expansion of Elden Ring. Or, I mean, obviously it's not quite as impressive being sort of a replication of the formula to some degree. But I consider it like, if you've already played Elden Ring, you can then play this as a following standalone thing a year later quite well. I think it's gonna go there for me for now. It might go above UFO 50. I don't know. The top 5 is probably gonna be something that I not. Every Souls-like is a replication of the formula. I mean, yes and no. Depending on how you're using that term, like Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree is the same format as Elden Ring, just like I said, condensed and optimized. Yeah, Starge, pretty much. I mean, like in terms of format, yes, there are like some interesting things going on with the game, like design philosophy wise, that make it its own thing. But yeah, it's like if someone made an Action 52, but the games were all bangers. And also the game has like its own sort of like narrative fiction going on, which I didn't mention, but worth mentioning is that in UFO 50 you're playing through the history of a fictional video game developer, sort of like as they went through the ages. 1 second, chat. Sorry about that, we're back. After this list, I am likely to take a bit of a break. Yeah. After this, I'm gonna take a bit of a break just to rest my voice, use the bathroom, get another drink, all that good stuff. In short, yes. In long, yes. But more. Alright. Next game. What are we talking about? Gim is a environmental puzzle game exploration dealy. You're playing as a shadow that has been separated from its body, and as a shadow you can only move within shadows. If you're touched by the sunlight, you vanish and are forced to go back. You can like hop a little bit along sunlight, I think, but you have to like the aim is to Frogger your way from shadow to shadow. And there are some levels that do the Frogger thing, like right down to you're moving in the shadows of machines that are crisscrossing in lines. But yeah, it explores the concept, in my opinion, a really fun, diverse range of ways. Like as a shadow, you can inhabit the shadow of, for instance, one of those bendy metal signs that they set up outside of shops, and you can bend the sign to fling your shadow self ahead, or you can like go on a clothesline, inhabit the shadow of like one of the like end spinny bits of the clothesline and spin it around really fast to fling yourself like that. Yeah, it looks lovely. It has a very, very relaxing, nice soundscape. I remember thinking that the music wasn't quite good all the way through the game. It does put you through a diverse range of environments, from factories to little towns to big city squares to supermarkets, all that good stuff. Oh yeah, that's right. You can inhabit the shadows of like animals, and then they'll move around as well. I think there's something that you can move around directly, but I can't remember what exactly. But yeah, the play of light and darkness as well is a big thing. Like you can see here, there are some areas where the lights will go off, and where there is no light, there's no shadows, so you wanna avoid getting stuck there. But yeah, it's a super linear, like chill. I don't know if you'd call it a puzzle game. It's like an environmental puzzle most of the way. You're like trying to find a way to navigate without getting deaded. And sometimes the navigation does demand that you do a little bit of thinking and exploration. It's rarely like super complex, but it's always, quite good, breezy fun as far as I'm concerned. And yeah, the story's fine. Like, it's alright. It's okay. It's cute. It's not like, not breaking new ground or anything. But yeah, I largely had a real positive experience with Shim. I'll put it. It is like, it's around that. I'll put it here. No, I think I enjoyed it more than Moomin. I mean, the thing about this list is that I have positive feelings towards almost everything on it. Like, Song of Conquest, I wouldn't even... I would say it deserves more than a mixed review on Steam, Like, even though it's like one of the lowest ones on the list right now, I would leave it a good review, but just with some heavy caveats is where I'm at with that. Because obviously, the nature of playing the latest games is that I'm mostly going to be playing the games that I'm interested in. Speaking of which... Timmy, enjoy Visions of Mana as I talk about Visions of Mana. Yeah, that from what I heard of like where the demo goes, it does not give the best impression of the game. But Visions of Mana, latest game in the Mana series. One of, you might want to say, Square Enix's B tier franchises. Long running, but you know, gets a nice new game every now and then. Big open action RPG with the combat leaning towards a sort of character action style where everything's really fast paced and you get sort of very open movement, and it's all about dodging and jumping and using combos and juggling enemies and so on. But much simpler, like nowhere near the level of combo expression. You do get multiple weapons for each character that you can use, weapon types. Forgot to move it to the tokens. And what? What? But yeah, it's a game that really grew on me. This is like the theme of like 2 of my favorite games of the year. A game that really grew on me the more that I played it. At the start, it's like interesting concept. You're in a world where there are like 8 different tribes or settlements, civilizations around the world that each have to choose a elemental sacrifice. Or rather, they don't choose them. Like, the fairy chooses them. The fairy, who is the emissary of the mana goddess, chooses these people from different tribes to be sacrifices. They have to go kill themselves, sacrifice themselves to the mana tree to keep the flow of mana to the world, without which everything would die. Oh, that's what parsec meant. Thank you both. But yeah, interesting concept. The story itself is fairly straightforward, simple hero's journey style stuff with a few big character moments. It has like almost shonen anime aspect of like you meet a new character, you play out their little arc, and then you beat their boss and progress with the main story. It's simple, but I did enjoy it. I thought the characters were mostly pretty charming. Arena, solid ass characters. Really, like Val is the least interesting character. Hina's like second least interesting. Palamina's okay. Morley's cool. Karina's great. Oh, Julie. I don't like Julie, but hey ho, they're not in the game as much. But yeah, the way that you play through the plot, like really fit a sort of like episodic nature. Like it felt like every time I started a stream, I was doing a new episode of the Visions of Mana anime for y'all, which was good fun. But yeah, nice big adventure type thing. The combat starts off super simple, gets a little more complex as it gets in, but then like it's obviously never gonna like Devil May Cry style thing. It's not even as complex as any of the Bayonettas, or even I would say it's like sub Metal Gear Rising Revengeance level of complexity. But it, especially on the higher difficulty, does get challenging enough where like the complexity that it has is fun enough, because you have your or like gets increasingly fun rather. You have your like combos, you have extra little weapon moves that you learn, like hold this thing or delay a press, etc. Get different error moves and stuff. And then you get spells that you can use, much like in Trials of Mana, where you can either set a shortcut for it, R1 on one of the face buttons, or you can open up your ring menu to cast spells, which ranges from things like elemental magic to healing magic to buffs to debuffs to non-magic special moves such as traps and ninjutsu, which were kind of fun as well. And then on top of that, you get your, what I compare them to, these elemental artifacts, is that they work much like in Devil May Cry 5, Heroes Devil Busters. You equip these items that have a specific utility, like the water accessory or water artifact shoots out a stream of water that traps people in bubbles that you can then attack to do massive damage. The hourglass creates a small field of frozen time, so you can attack freely in there. The fire candle does like a charging uppercut move that can launch people into the air. That stuff all added together makes the combat nice and engaging enough, or like definitely for an action RPG, is one of the better action RPG combat systems for sure. And if you're playing on hard especially, the further you get into the game, the more challenging things get. Most of the mobs are fairly weak enough that it's sort of built that you can bulldoze most of them in like literally 10-15 seconds. There are slightly stronger mobs, but the cream of the game's crop is in its boss fights. It has a ton of bosses. It has all the Benevodon / God Beasts, if you're familiar with the Mana series. You could go through a whole realm of those. Although I think a lot of them are new designs. Like there's a couple of repeats. Like I know the darkness one, which is like the 3-headed creature, is definitely redesigned from Trials of Mana. But also has like, whenever you like go into a dungeon, you often not just have the boss at the end, but you have a boss in the middle of the dungeon, and there are a ton of really fun fights with interesting gimmicks. Towards the very end of the game, on the difficulty I was in, I should have done more side quests because they got a little like long in the tooth, some of the boss fights. Like the last boss fight, I think literally took me like 40 to 50 minutes. And I enjoyed it, but I maybe could have grinded a little more. But yeah, like I said, because of that, like the combat system is just what I really enjoyed by the end, and it had some of my favorite mechanics of the year, which I'll be talking about a little later when I'm talking about mechanics of the year, when I'm handing those mechanics of the year awards. But you also get like your big sort of cinematic finisher moves, your class strikes, I think they're called. But you also get, forget what the actual name for them is, I called them domain expansions. If you know Jujutsu Kaisen, then you sort of get what I'm talking about. It's like you open up a giant area of effect that affects the entire stage based on your elemental artifact. So for instance, if you have the water artifact, then your elemental effect is that the whole arena becomes basically a blitzball field. Enemies get trapped in water bubbles and you can swim around freely at like any altitude within the arena, and you know, just chase up and do combos against enemies for days. Or if you have the wind artifact, then your domain expansion is just a gigantic tornado that swirls around, and all the enemies get hit by tornadoes, which whenever you hit the tornadoes, it does additional damage to them. Like they keep like little additional tornadoes spin out and keep hitting them. And all of them are super like interesting and useful. Like the time one especially is like, the normal time artifact move is a tiny bubble of frozen time. Its domain expansion is frozen time for the entire field. And even after the domain effect runs out, you still have like the buff of like being able to move super quickly and combo anything. Like your combos instantly stagger kind of thing. Sorry, I need a little drink there. Yeah, that stuff was super good. The RPG aspect of it, leveling up the characters was good. Learning new abilities and skills was super good. Stuff like side quests and towns. The game is really quite long, and there's a lot of like cutscene dialogue, and there's a lot of like yapping that is decent enough, but like, and it moves the plot forward, but you could easily trim down the script quite a bit. And there's like so much of that I really did not spend a whole lot of time exploring and talking to NPCs in towns, which is, in some RPGs, that's like one of my favorite things to do. So the fact that I didn't do it here doesn't speak to the quality of, well, I mean, it speaks to my expectations of the quality, that I didn't think it was like super important to do. But yeah, not as much a world that I lived in, just as like a big open action-y game experience that I really enjoyed. A couple of like slow drudgery filled dungeon bits. Like all of the elemental artifacts that you get also have overworld exploration mechanics. For instance, the wind boomerang can create like gusts of wind that you can use to jump over certain chasms. They're all super limited and linear. You can only use them in specific areas. They're more like keys rather than a Metroidvania style traversal mechanic. And like there's a couple that just plain out suck. Like there's one that gives you the ability to control a giant slow moving stone golem, not for combat, but specifically to knock down walls in your way. And it's so boring, and they clearly knew it because they only used it in one dungeon and never again. But yeah, that slow opening, in terms of like giving you the full heft of the gameplay, would be the major gripe. Drudgery and not as interested in NPCs in the world would be a minor gripe, and the semi-interesting story, not really a gripe, just like yeah, okay, fair enough. Also, Zeke, thank you for the giant bit-filled dino dance. So yeah, as you can tell, I have a lot of thoughts about Visions of Mana. I did enjoy it a lot. It has caveats for sure. Definitely not for everyone. Also, I should say, game looks gorgeous. Like, not super graphically impressive, but the art design for the different areas, like the first open fieldy area that you go into, like the jungle outside your hometown, looks fantastic. The Sanctuary of Mana looks wonderful. It looks great all the way through. Some people might not like the, I don't know, maybe sort of kitschy, super colorful anime designs of the characters, a lot of pastels and stuff, but I do. Great water. Save it for the Discord. And of course, fantastic music by Hiroki Kikuta. Is it one of his best soundtracks of all time? I don't know about that, but it definitely has some of his best, like, I have to listen more to the soundtrack, but like the sheer amount of different boss themes, like there's maybe 5 standard boss themes that play on different kind of bosses, and then each of the elemental beasts has their own boss fight music, and a lot of it is sick as fuck. And there's like this one weird track that is just like, it's sort of like an Art of Noise style just collection of sounds that are very sort of discordant and almost jarring, that plays in the little challenge levels that I actually really love. So yeah, I'm gonna put Visions of Mana at least here. Metaphor is getting knocked out of the top 5. Sorry, we're close is going down a section. I might put it above Balatro. I really do. At the end of the day, I did love Visions of Mana. If you're someone who's looking for like pure, tight, hot, fatless action game, definitely not for you. If you're someone who's looking for a really good RPG story, you're not going to get it there, although it does have some interesting concepts. But if you like action RPGs that are a mix of comfy and like give a good bit of bite to the challenge, even if they're not super complex mechanically, yeah, definitely one of the most underrated games of the year, as far as I'm concerned. PoE is not counting. I don't rate early access games here. Was a great time to become Manifold because the developers get shut down. The team that made Visions of Mana got shut down. The Trials of Mana team is still very much active in Square. They recently made the Romancing Saga 2 remake. And also the director of the Visions of Mana team, Studio Oka, has since been employed at Square. And, you know, given that Mana is a Square franchise, like, it's not a Studio Oka thing. They were just responsible for this one game. I hope... It seems like there has been enough interest in Mana for them to say, keep it going, because like I said, they hired the guy after he made the game. It actually seems like the closure of Studio Oka gave Visions of Mana a bit of a PR bump, oddly enough. Yeah. Let's keep moving. We got 4 more games to talk about. And I do have quite a bit to say about all these games. Also, all of this music is from the Lo-Fi Hip Hop channel. I don't know. I don't know exactly what it is. Dragon's Dogma 2 is one of the games that I have the most complex feelings about this year. I think it is, funnily enough, the reception to Dragon's Dogma 2 outside of the... No, not even outside of the special edition microtransaction shit. Almost all the complaints, or even all of the complaints about Dragon's Dogma 2 directly mirror the exact same complaints that people had about the original Dragon's Dogma. With the addition of one, my major complaint is that it literally feels like they made a modern version of Dragon's Dogma as opposed to like expanding on it or making a true sequel. Alright, to go with the major gripes, my major gripes, the traversal stuff didn't super bother me. The rather thin role-playing aspect and uninteresting quests, that was more of a bother. I mean, not so much a bother, but they could have done this so much better. But the way that I think they could have done better is probably different from the way that others think they could have done better. A lot of people didn't like having to run over the open world, like either on foot continuously all the time, or use carts, which were either slow or dangerous to use. You had your 2 options. But I did. I love the feeling of traversal and like exploring and fighting your way through the wilderness in this game. I like seeing the difference in how you can do it. At the start of the game, every expedition to a new destination feels like the most potentially dangerous thing that you've ever done in your life. And then as you get later in the game, you get, you know, a lot better at doing those same routes, but also you get new routes to do that are either shortcuts or take you to new places that had new challenges. But yeah, I mean, my major gripe with the game, the main gripe really, is that it didn't add quite enough new stuff to the game. Specifically, it didn't add enough new enemy types, monsters, and it didn't add as many vocations as I hoped. And the way that it did vocations, well, I'll get to that. Okay, but like the main thing in this game for me, like the biggest thing is the combat. The combat itself is like easily one of my favorite action games ever. If the game was purely combat based, like if it was say they took the Elden Ring approach to Dragon's Dogma, where you have like scattered NPCs, but the vast majority of the game is navigating hostile landscapes and the enemies within them. I think it would easily be not just Game of the Year contender, but also like easily one of the best games ever made. Like the combat is so far and away the best thing about the game for a few different reasons. most of the vocations feel very fun and varied to play. It takes the in Dragon's Dogma 1 you have like a fairly simple skill set, and then you have the sort of active abilities that you can equip to, you know, pressing your shoulder buttons and one of your face buttons. You can press, like, let's take the standard fighter, for instance, the sword and shield user. In the original game, you can hold on R1 and then press one of the face buttons to do any of your like sword-based skills, like an uppercut or a dashing slash or whatever. Or you could hold L1, which is normally your guard, and then it gives you access to shield-based moves, like knock on your shield to call an enemy over, or do like a guard bash so that you're like able to advance while protecting yourself. This game removes one of the shoulder buttons entirely. So like you no longer have shield specific shoulder button moves, but what it does do is that it gives you the ability to learn a lot of those moves as just part of your standard move set. Like so many of the skills that you originally could learn in Dragon's Dogma 1 can just become part of the core skill set, so that some of the classes that originally had like more moves available at all times really massively, like, they feel so much more complex and fleshed out because there are just so many more moves that you always have access to. You don't have to swap them out. And that, particularly the melee classes, the fighter, the warrior, the dagger dude, I would say even the bow class, although that could have been improved some, all benefit from that style. They all feel fantastic. Like any melee class, like, one of the reasons that the melee classes feel so good is that the physics of the combat are just immensely satisfying. Like, you can, for instance, stun a Cyclops enough to climb up on its face and stab it in the eye to have it like reeling and feeling its face, like you could do in the original game. But now in this game there's like a stagger mechanic, and it's not stagger like, you know, Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth or Sekiro or Armored Core or anything. It's like they literally lose balance and they're stumbling around, and you can, for instance, as a warrior, just run right up to them and try and push them at their leg, and if they're like at a ledge, you can push their leg off and they'll fall over, or you can do a giant jumping tackle slash and they'll fall over and hit a wall and slump against the wall. Or, you know, you can throw a rock at them to smack them in the face and they'll just fall directly on their ass. Like, the moment-to-moment gameplay is so full of moments that are like, this is instances of goddamn, that shit is so sick. I love that. A lot of it is down to both the physics system and like just the robustness of melee classes. Like, for instance, you can run, if you're fighting a goblin, you can run into them holding the grab button, and it becomes like a tackle that you can then tackle them into a wall, and then they wall splat, open them up for combos. Like, there's so much room for just doing complex, dynamic shit in this game that it is utterly gorgeous. When it's at its best, it is easily one of the best games that I've played this year on all years. In the same way that Dragon's Dogma 1 was, but even more. Like, every enemy has a much more, like, you could make a flowchart of the ways that enemies will interact and react to moves that you do, and changes in the battlefield and elements and stuff. And the flowchart for every monster, or almost every monster I should say, would be pretty damn huge. Like, so much more than Dragon's Dogma 1. And I think this is the reason that, or one of the reasons at least, that it doesn't have a whole ton of new monsters in it compared to Dragon's Dogma 1, is that every monster you fight is just so much more mechanically complex. Like, they're just a bundle of so many different potential interactions that, in order to give it a much more fleshed out roster of monsters, they would have probably had to like take away precious resources from different things like towns and quests and the actual role-playing side of things, which, as far as I'm concerned, is 100% what they should have done. Dragon's Dogma, and like that's the thing, is that the director of the game, Hideaki Itsuno, who has now left Capcom, so who knows what the future of Dragon's Dogma is going to be. But one of the main inspirations for him was that he wanted to create the feeling of playing Dungeons and Dragons, and in particular, interacting with other characters, like DM characters, and towns, and quests, and all that stuff. So a lot of focus went into that stuff, when I feel like it really shouldn't have. It should have been a game primarily based on the combat and exploration, I should say. Because traversal is also great fun, like heading out into the darkness. Like all the stuff that felt good about Dragon's Dogma 1 feels better in Dragon's Dogma 2. All the stuff that felt bad about Dragon's Dogma 1, pretty much the same in Dragon's Dogma 2, right up to the point of the story is uninteresting until the last 15 to 20% of it. Although I will say that the sort of twisty bit in this game compared to the first one doesn't hit as much as the first one, simply because if you played the first one, then you sort of know what kind of rug pull to expect. And yeah, one of the major draws about the vocation thing that I didn't like is that magic users used to have access to 8 spells because they had L1 and R1 skills, but they could freely change what was in them. But they should have been the one class, because they don't have like as complex movesets outside of the spells they can cast. They should have been the single classes that can still have 8 spells equipped. That's the biggest gripe, but that's just, for me, such an easy recommendation that I'm surprised that no one said it when they were making the game. Also, a couple of new vocations aren't... I don't even... like, the new vocations in general, I'm not a huge fan of. Trickster is a fun, interesting idea that I don't think works super well. I think that they should have still given you some proper... like, they should have realized that making a class that can't directly attack is initially interesting, but doesn't really work in the end. And then fix it from there, but they didn't. The... Wayfinder, whatever like the final class is called, because of limited ability slots, also didn't work as well as I hoped. I was hoping, whenever I first saw it in the trailer, I was hoping that you could just change between, like you could equip 2 vocations and switch between them, much like you can do the different weapon equips in Monster Hunter Wilds now. But it wasn't that, and I didn't like what it was in the end, unfortunately. The Mystic Spearhand is cooler, for sure. For definite. It's a much cooler class. And the Archer I did like. And then all the other classes are like pretty much the same that you had in the first game, but just changed some. And most of the tweaks are good. Most of the tweaks are good, except for the mages, like I say. Didn't lead your blacksmith to a shitty escort quest. You may have kept going in DD1. Like I can have in 2. In 2 you can... Yeah, there's always options in 2 to do something if you didn't want to do it. Unless, like me, you go to a point of no return before realizing that it was going to cut you off. There are 2 major enemies that I just didn't fight in this game, because they're both in singular locations that access to gets cut off if you go too far. Pretty much, V. Yeah, pretty much. Too hard game. I cry. But yeah, Dragon's Dogma 2, I feel like it's a game that I'm gonna, my feelings on it are gonna age in the exact same way that Dragon's Dogma 1 did. I enjoyed it for almost the exact same reasons. The complaints about it are pretty much the same, but a little more because the world's that much bigger. The strengths of the game are magnitude stronger. Magnitudes. So I think in the end, it does make up for the roughness. So yeah. I think that's what I'm feeling right now. Oh man, Dragon's Dogma 2. It like on one hand, like I said, it has some of the best feeling moments in combat. And like just the joy of exploring its mechanics is so good that it could easily be one of the best games of all time. But it just stumbles in such weird ways. What is the word for sucks you in? Oh yeah, immersion. Tell you what, immersion in Dragon's Dogma combat, the blowjob aspect of it, 5 out of 5. Alright, moving on to another action RPG. We're in the action RPG phase of our talks here. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. Oh, I should move it first. This is another game that has like a ton that I like about it, as well as quite a few things that I'm not as fond of. For one thing, I don't care about the plot, I don't care about the characters, I'm not particularly fond of the designs. I think they're okay, they're alright. I think the environments look nice. I like, that's the thing, I love this, I love floating island settings, and I think the game does an okay job of that. But that's all okay. Whenever I first saw this game, I thought it was going to be like a purely sort of open area action RPG, like just designed to be played much in the way of like a Visions of Mana sort of thing. In reality, the structure of the game is that is kind of how the main quests run, but the main quests are like half the game, and the other half is an almost Monster Hunter approach. And like, you lobby up and get ready, and then you're thrown into a map or arena where you have to take on a boss or take on a horde of enemies, and that's sort of like, you know, that sort of thing. Instanced missions rather than playing through full big ol' levels. And to me, that is a bit of a shame. It also took mobile gacha elements like weapon leveling and accessory leveling and all that stuff, and it put it into a premium game in a way that did feel like well balanced for the game itself, but like just straight up those sort of elements I did not need or like a whole ton. Especially when they were like tied to those sort of like visual novel-y story sections you can get, but that's a mileage may vary thing. If you like the Grand Blue characters, if you like visual novel-y style writing, then you may have loved that stuff. Oh, did they stop updating? I always expected that they were going to add more to it. Yeah, it doesn't quite do the PSOE stuff, because a mixture of things. Character customization stuff is, you know. Okay, so you get a party of 4 characters. The overall roster of playable characters is pretty damn big. It's impressively big, I would say. And all the characters feel like pretty decently fun to play as. They all have their own sort of gimmicks. They have like characters bring different combo enders and stuff. I would say pretty much Visions of Mana level of combat complexity, but a little bit more limited, because your character has regular attack, it has like secondary thing, which can be, you know, as this character thinks it's like a round slash or whatever. And then you have 4 shoulder button abilities, which you can set freely between, I don't know how many abilities each character actually learns, maybe like 10 or 12 or whatever. And they all feel good. Like all the combat does feel good, I will say. The enemies are decently threatening enough. There's good combo potential. Playing as a different characters feels massively different. There are some characters like the Gunner one of the impressive things about the game is that there are two different gunners that you get in your initial party, and they both feel so different to each other. Like, you would think that two dudes using guns might feel they use the exact same mechanics. But no, one of them has like a grenade playstyle where they can like throw grenades in the area or stick them in enemies to detonate them later, and the other has like an overheat mechanic to like continuously fire more rapid and powerful bullets, but yet like make sure you don't overheat. And like all the characters have like fairly interesting, unique mechanics, but each of them is, to me, a little lacking in complexity enough. The one thing that like would have saved the combat of this game like 100% for me, I think, or maybe just mostly the other way rather, would have been if you could change your characters in combat. The game is set up that you go into a lobby of 4 players, each playing one character. So you're always playing one character regardless of where you are in the game, even when you're playing completely single player missions. But I feel like switching the characters would have just, you know, it's an easy way to make up for a relative lack of complexity in individual characters. You know, when you're getting a little over one character for the moment, you can switch to the next one and like mid-fight and just keep fighting as them instead. But also it is thematically appropriate in that the game has a link system where like you build sort of like combo attacks with your fellow characters that, you know, do more damage but also give you buffs. But that would have worked so much better if you had to actually switch between characters to like build up those links. It's such a missed opportunity for me, like in the last game. Although it has, the combat system itself is fun. All the characters are fairly interesting, even if they're not all super duper fleshed out. The boss fights are pretty great. It has some nice spectacle-y moments. It has good music. Sort of erring on the side of kind of quite generic at times, but you know, good stuff for action RPG stuff. Yeah, just didn't care about the story. Did not like the gacha made premium elements. Like, it removes the bullshit of gacha, but I don't want the gacha elements in there at all, even if they are designed to be really fair and, you know, on like continuous in their reward. And yeah, didn't like the lobby style gameplay either. It's a very, very mixed bag for me. It's an overall positive game, but it's just another one where like it had the potential, as far as I'm concerned, to be a lot more. I think I will put it here. Okay. We're almost there. We're almost at the end of our first tier list. Definitely taking a short break after this. I might run a poll as to which of these I'm going to do today and which I'm going to do tomorrow. Because yeah, one's probably getting done tomorrow instead of today. Or I could just, you know, be excellent and get it all done tonight. It is possible. Okay, taking it. Because it's not allowed to be easy to have simple positive or negative feelings on a game nowadays. They all have to be a mixed bag. I mean, okay, no, Tekken 8 is, on the face of it, in its gameplay, a good-ass game. It is good-ass Tekken. I'm glad that the like competitive community is finally understanding. It feels like it took them a long-ass time to sort of even the playing field, because the game is designed to have more aggressive knowledge checks than past Tekkens, because everyone has their like heat moves that have a bit of armor, and you know, basically are like a sort of aggressive devil trigger to some degree. It's sort of easy combo openers. And I like, for a long time, it took the competitive community a while to find this sort of, sorry, 1 second. It took the competitive community a long time to sort of find the footsies and spacing that Tekken is predominantly known for, but they're getting there now. It feels like, and it's weird because when I was playing it, like the super aggressive stuff that is designed to be sort of newcomer friendly is also very readable. So I don't know what was happening there. Also, it was nothing new really. Is it made sort of like characters already had that, you know? Characters already had their aggressive checks that negated or avoided attacks. It's just made easier to access for all characters now and more widely available to all characters. Which I do get. Some people are not going to like that Tekken is flashier and more aggressive now. And who knows, you know, the shape of the game is going to evolve over time. So, you know, that's a mileage may vary positive and negative kind of thing about the game. As is the ever-evolving style of Tekken, which is becoming more sort of dramatic and anime-esque within its gameplay, like Nina using dual guns now, for instance. Both using magic and shit during fights rather than just being straight-up fisticuffs. Again, mileage may vary. The straight-up negative side of this game is the rampant, reckless, and raw-dogging monetization. The Tekken store is wild. The stuff that they've done with their character pass, not having all of the, like, stages that release alongside the characters. You have to, like, buy an additional stage, is ridiculous bullshit. You know, I'm fine with character passes. It's pretty good that character passes now have to be like straight up and transparent about which characters they're adding to games. But I think like the actual concept of releasing more characters as time goes on, and doing them in passes, I am entirely fine with that. I'm even fine with, you know, let me buy costume packs like you used to do with Soul Calibur, but it's nickel and diamond in this one, like to the nth degree, to the point where like I love having classic character costumes in modern Tekkens. That's like one of my favorite things about their, you know, outfit customization things, is just putting on, give me King's Tekken 2 2-player blue shirt, suspenders, tie. That's my guy. But they're so expensive in this game. They're so expensive, and also the base game customization options are so scant and limited compared to every one of the past games that it is very, very rough. I do feel for Harada. I feel for the team. This is once again very much a mandate from on high. And also I understand the point what Harada made, where he's come from saying like, this is the shit that we have to be able to do to continue to support and grow the game. And let's be real, modern fighting game players, although they want a robust roster from the start, which this game does have, they do want games to continue to get characters. I don't care what anyone says, no matter who you are, how much of an old head you are. If the game is dead, you know, you're not playing it. Hey, Lady Lunity, welcome in. Happy New Year. Lovely to see you. Of course, I love revisiting older fighting games that are complete. But I mean, just in terms of a modern release, in the modern market reality, the audience, that is what they're doing. That's what they want. They don't want a game that is complete from the start if it's a fighting game. If it's any kind of game that is based on ongoing competitive play, they're going to want new shit over time. But this is maybe one of the worst instances of it that I've seen since fucking Mortal Kombat 11 or whatever the last one was. Like, legit, just... I'm not defending how they've done the execution of this game's monetization is disgusting. You do not like investing time into a game for a change and have to learn new shit. Strive's a good example. Oh, see, I'm different in that regard. I do enjoy that. I don't like solved games. Is my thing. Sorry. Not I don't like solved games. I like games that have a longer lifespan of not being solved. But I can understand where you're coming from, for sure. I mean that's one way. They're not solved though. Yeah, but in the reality of your day-to-day play, games that don't get updated, you know what's happening. Anywho, the mids and the lows have both been covered. Talking about the highs. First of all, it's Tekken. I love Tekken. Simple. That it is Tekken. It 100% is Tekken. I love the Tekken characters. I love movesets. It's just one of my favorite fighting games of all time. And although I do sort of err on the not entirely sure how well the heat mechanic moves works within it, you know, I play one of the lowest tier characters in every Tekken game, Zafina. But I still I have as much fun doing like her funky stance bullshit in this game as I ever did. That's nice. But also, thank you for bringing back regular, traditional sort of arcade style modes. I feel like fighting games should always have little just like arcade style modes with individual endings for every character. The Tekken 7 ones really sucked. It was like literally, it was like one fight with an opening and an ending that was predominantly text. But really, like, the most impressive new addition to this game is it did the full-fledged cinematically focused story mode in the vein of the NetherRealm Studio Mortal Kombat's, or if you feel so inclined, Street Fighter V, or Soul Calibur 5 for that matter, or Soul Calibur 6, or Dead or Alive's. You know what I mean? Just like a series of fights with cutscenes connecting them. And it is by far and away, as far as I'm concerned, the best that it has ever been done. It takes the dumb Tekken plot and characters that I love and really like puts a proper shine and focus on the story. There are so many like little nods to the history of Tekken in it that I was at parts of the story mode. It got me in the heart. I was feeling from actually the very opening, the very first thing, Jin riding on the motorcycle to the fucking music from the Bloodline Rebellion trailer is like, oh, I see what you've done. That's nice. But then also it just has a really fun, ridiculous plot of its own to go alongside it. A lot of characters sort of get their moment to shine. It does feel a bit almost Marvel movie or Marvel movie-ish in how, you know, everything sort of ties towards this one big climactic moment. But in gameplay wise, that translates into some very funny and fun, you know, gameplay sections. Like, it has a combination of different elements. Like, it has a fighting game where you get to have minor influence on the progress of the story, at least in terms of a feeling thing where you can choose what characters progress in the tournament, and then it has like a Tekken Force section of the game, saying like, for those of you who like Tekken Force, shout out, here it is. And it did a lot of things with the structure of like just a fighting game story mode that I find super interesting, like breaking the mold of the traditional 2-round fighting game, like much in the way that Tekken 7's ending fight did. Like the coolest thing about Tekken 7 story mode was the final fight against Heihachi, because of how it played with the format and structure of it. And Tekken 8 just does that through like most of the story mode. The new characters are all pretty neat. Who are the new characters? Victor Chevalier, Old Noctis is fun. Reina, I love that the more that has been revealed about Reina, the more it's sort of like just confirmed that she is just a little nerd gremlin who wants to be the main anti-hero in her own manga. What are the other new characters? It's not just Victor and Reina. Oh yeah, Azucena. She's also good. Also just kind of funny that, I guess spoilers for Tekken 8 story, if you really cared, I think you would have played it by now. That she's a villain. She's just, she loves capitalism. She loves any side that will benefit her business. But of course, good ending. Everyone has a drink of coffee at the cafe anyway, so that's good for Azucena. Azucena and Victor and Reina, are they the only new characters? Is there another that we're missing? Also, you know, finally tying the knot on Jun in the story, her re-inclusion. And actually, the way that they explained it, I ended up somewhat satisfied with. Also, no, Claudio was in 7. He didn't have... He actually had about... Well... No, he had a more minor role in 7. They focused on him for a very short bit, but he was cast aside very quickly. Whereas I rather liked that Claudio and Zafina in this game sort of played the role of the plot understanders. The exposition masters. And yeah, just the way I like tied all like the lore stuff together with, you know, the devil gene, and like making as I would never have expected a million to 1 chance that they would have ever brought Azazel back to Tekken. But they did it because everyone hated that boss fight. Like, I don't know anyone who... I liked the music in the boss fight. That was like the main thing. But yeah, bringing Azazel back and having like a climactic moment with him, and then like just saying that's done now. The game story mode really just surprised me at every... It's like, I think it is... If you're into dumb fighting game stories, like I sure am, and I say dumb with, you know, not in the trying to denigrate my feelings or anyone else's feelings for these games, I'm fully into them. Even though I have some gripes with this game's story. If you enjoy fighting game stories, if you like Tekken's history and lore, then the game does a very good job. In my opinion, it's like just wonderful story mode. And that's like one of that's like, it's that plus just general good ass Tekkenness that is gonna carry it quite high for me. I'm gonna say Oh shit, we have 26 games now. Fuck. God damn it, Pimmy. God damn you to hell. You fucked the whole thing up. Oh, you... The 5s are too clean, I can't get rid of them. Top 25 plus goatee, so there's a top 1 and a goatee above it. I almost like that enough to do it. That would annoy some people. But no. I think we'll just rather handily put Zenless Zone Zero in my worst game of 2024. But where does that put Rise of the Ronin? Let's be real, it's somewhere up here. Man, again, 2024 has, for me, been the year of... There is no game that I've played that is just, like, far and away the best game of the year. Even the games that I love have some level of complexity in my feelings behind them. And Rise of the Ronin is no different. It is a Team Ninja Souls-like, although honestly, the focus of combat in these games is so much unlike Souls games. They're so fast-paced. They're so reliant on combo understanding, and they offer like so much room for like growth in different ways. With the stances and like different special moves you can learn. Let me just say, like this like, while Dragon's Dogma is, as we said, immersively the best combat system of the year for me, like just the visceral nature of Dragon's Dogma combat is just like wonderful. Rise of the Ronin is, on a technical level, the best combat system. Like learning enemy movesets, dodging, defending, parrying. I prefer the parry system in this game from a sheer challenge level compared to Sekiro. Sekiro is like fun and impactful and cinematic in its parrying system, and it's like, you know, your rhythm mini game that I do like. There are some people who like knock that shit too harshly for saying that it like homogenizes fights in Sekiro. I like it in Sekiro, but in this game it's that, but it's also a risk. Like in Sekiro, if you miss it, if you tap it wrong, in most cases, you can tap it again and recover. Like, sometimes messing up your timing in the middle of a combo will fuck you up. In this game, if you mess up your timing, you're in a fairly long recovery animation. So, if you don't know how a character's moves are going to come out, you have to think, like, carefully, can I parry this? Do I know the timing of it? And if you don't, you can just block it, or you can dodge, or you can jump. It has its own range of like defensive options beyond that. Or you can, one of my favorite things is and again, favorite mechanics, we're going to talk about a bunch of mechanics when we get to the favorite mechanics award. But one of my favorite mechanics in this game is using the kunai, which is sort of like a quote-unquote free dodge. It's not truly free. Like, whenever you throw a kunai, you can either stand still and use it, or you can like hold a direction and your character will do like a little spin throw with it, which doesn't use stamina, but does use your kunai, so you can't use them for more offensive options. There's so many like little elements. The general combat system, the amount of different weapons that you have, and the different fighting styles that they have that are... There's like a rock, paper, scissors affinity style. Like, if you use a weapon style that is strong against a person with a regular sword, then you will drain their stamina gauge or their ki gauge in the game faster. But as I was playing it, I actually didn't notice a huge difference in how quickly their ki drained. Like, you can just use, if you prefer one style over the other, you can just use whatever style you want, and it's viable. Like, you're not going to immediately get massively fucked up because of it. But I did use the affinity solely to, like, vary it up. Like, I would switch to the one that had the biggest affinity against them, just so I could, like, use as many styles as often as possible. But yeah, the styles have, like, legitimate differences in both animation. So if you think, I want to be a cool dude who fights with the sword sheathed most of the time and does, like, the cool, like, quick slices, the draw slices, the EI cuts with it, you can do that. Or if you say, I want to be a dude that, like, punches and grabs dude and uses the sword like a club on mans, you can do that as well. But they also have the thing of, like, the EI stance is, like, super short range but really quick moving, whereas the brawling style is, like, great for knocking down their stamina and interrupting moves. There are so many gameplay and stylistic differences, and they all have their own special moves, which a lot of the time you're using, like, you'll get a couple hits in and you'll stagger an enemy and you'll follow up with one of your special moves to do, like, a bit more damage whenever they're opened up. But there are a lot of special moves that just also have utility beyond that. Like, there are special moves that are, like, counters or, like, have guard points on them. So, like, you'll do a move, but if you time it to, like, meet their attack, you'll do a different thing. Or there are moves that allow you to close the distance or to fire projectiles. There's so much endless cool shit that you can do with the game's combat system. And you're adding on top of that your grappling hook, which allows you to pull enemies towards you or to grapple quickly towards enemies to, like, footstool on them. You can do, like, aerial counters after footstooling to quickly get into the combat and stagger them. You have a bunch of different projectiles, which can be used in a variety of ways. Like, I was using my gun as a combo ender that would allow me to get distance to recover my ki. Or I could just, like, if an enemy's open, just pepper them with 5 shots to quickly get down their stagger and do a bunch of damage and open up for my own combo. Yeah, I absolutely adore the combat in this game. The thing that I mean, I don't hate it. The story's kind of bleh. All Koei Tecmo games, their story is always kind of, like, their writing is not super emotive or dynamic. Gal Ronin, best pro tag of all time, 100%. And the open world stuff, as I was saying, like, it's Ubisoft checklist shit, which is, on the face of it, not super exciting. There are some games that do it better than others. Ghost of Tsushima and Spider-Man do it better than most others. There are some games that do it awfully. Horizon Zero Dawn, Final Fantasy Rebirth. This game is, like, in the positive side of the middle. All of the stuff that you can do in the game is based on either traversal or combat, which is the 2 strengths, because also riding your horse, gliding, climbing, all feels really good in this game. And so yeah, it was, like, easy enough to do, and I didn't get super bored. At some point, I did just I felt the end of the game coming in, so I just wanted to complete it. But yeah, unnecessary, it just felt like in the end. And the sort of, like, quote-unquote choose your side of the story is very, very shallow. What it does is effectively change which bosses you fight in a few missions, as well as dialogue that you get. It's you know, it's more experiential in the moment rather than actually greatly affecting the plot. It's gonna end with the same final boss no matter what you do. And like most of the chapter bosses are the same no matter what you do as well. But yeah. One of the things that like changed my feeling on this game is that I was enjoying the main story enough. The combat was carrying me through it. Even like some of the side stuff, like there are effectively gangs. Like you'll enter an area and the area is like got bandits in it. And the bandit, I mean the bandits is like sort of like a term for like the gameplay structure of them. Like it'll just be a bunch of enemies in a street with a mini boss at the top. But the actual gangs could be anything from Yakuza to British soldiers to, you know, Shogunate police. Just a bunch of hostile dudes you go in and take out. Those were super fun. The bounty fights were super fun. You just track down individual dudes who like typically have slightly different moveset, or a few like new gimmicks or whatever. Whenever you complete the game, you can start a thing called Midnight Mode, which is first of all a good deal harder. Everything's higher leveled. But also, all the bounties and gangs are back, but the gangs have full bosses in the middle of them. Like, it'll be bosses from the main game. It'll be bosses from the main game, but with new moves or new combat styles. Like, there's one character, Kogoro Katsura, you fight once in the story mode and he's drunk, so he's doing like drunken swordsman shit, you know, kind of like drunken boxer but with a sword. But in Midnight Mode you can fight his sober fighting style, which is a fighting style that you have but with like a whole bunch of new moves on top of it. Also, there are entirely new bosses. Rise of the Ronin Midnight is my game of the year. If it was just Midnight Mode. It's kind of like, yeah, it's like an action version of Honor Mode or Tactician Mode, except you're not playing the story stuff. If you didn't do any subquests, you can do the subquests in Midnight Mode, but otherwise you're literally just traveling across an open world, getting into all of the best fights in the game. And I mean, like, there's one character who uses, like, a cannon, a big-ass gun against you. And, like, in the regular game, it's a pretty damn fun fight. In Midnight Mode, if he hits you with a cannon, you're near death, like, no matter what. So you have to avoid that. But the way you avoid that is not just parrying, because it's difficult to do that, especially because he's got other dudes around him. But the fight takes place in, like, this little seaside shack town. So I was fighting him, like, hit and run tactics. I was hitting him and, like, ducking behind houses, and, like, the bullets were, like, whizzing by me or smacking into the wooden walls of the houses, and it felt like a Western shootout, but, you know, with me fighting with a melee weapon. It was so damn fun. And there's a whole other, there's, like, all of the fights that I've been playing in Midnight Mode are not just, like, straight up one-on-one honorable duels. It's like how you approach the boss and how you use the environment. You can't really cheese them, the bosses will follow you or whatever, but you can use the environment in really interesting ways to, like, not immediately fucking die. And granted, you could probably turn them into more fair fights if you level up, but all the bosses also have at least a few mooks around them that you have to deal with. And all the bounties, like I said, are back, but they're harder, usually. Like this Two-Faced Ginkgo returns in Midnight Mode. And yeah, man, it was absolutely fantastic. Midnight Mode is so good that anyone who's written the game off because of the open world shit, if the combat looks good, just play the main story, then go to Midnight Mode. You'll get like one of the best action games of the year and one of my favorite Souls-likes. It does have the dumb Koei Tecmo inventory shit, you know, the constant glut that you have to continuously sell. You can set it to auto sell items of certain quality levels, but even if you do that, you're gonna have to stop at the merchant every now and then to just sell about 50 items. Yeah. The stuff that I love about this game is so far and away. Like Dragon's Dogma outclasses the negatives. And I think this is a game that has been underrated as a result. Not just like people have skipped out on the game. People are wrong about Rise of the Ronin. Like, a lot of people are just straight up wrong about Rise of the Ronin. Although, if your complaint is that it takes too long to get to the absolute juiciest, meatiest bits of the game, that's understandable. Although I will say, the story mode missions and bosses are also really damn good. It's just, you know, open world shit is open world shitting. But, man, it's tough. It is tough. Once again, I have a feeling that on playing this could easily be Game of the Year. But it's one of these for me. Also, one of the complaints about Rise of the Ronin is that it's not graphically impressive, which is true, but I still think that the environment design is pretty damn good. So it kind of makes up for it for me. Also, great fashion game. Excellent, excellent samurai fashion game. The amount of looks that I had as Gal Ronin. One of them did make me lose a bet. Omega, did I tell you that someone did like file digging on Dragon's Dogma 2 and they found that either removed content or planned DLC is one of the things that would have 100% won the bet for me? Greatly distressing. Man, I don't know. It's really, really tough. It's like every game. Well, not every game. Like, my feelings on Tekken 8 aren't too complicated. I can understand the shit that's like awful about that, but also doesn't affect my experience with it too much personally, but also is a slight thing. But my feelings on Rise of the Ronin are somewhat complicated because of the open world stuff. Dragon's Dogma 2. Kind of the same deal. Visions of Mana, because it has a really slow opening and a lot of yapping. Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, once again, some open world shit. Elden Ring, the open world game that did not, or sorry, Shadow of the Erdtree specifically, the open world of that did not pose any problems for me whatsoever. It was very well done. Fuck me. What's it gonna be? Really don't know. Like, if Dragon's Dogma 2 gets a Dark Arisen style DLC that is not quite as hard of a stat check, but you know, adds monsters and dungeons and just the good shit. If it just adds more of the good shit, that would like right up to goatee. But Rise of the Ronin already has more of that good shit that I can jump right back into. You know what? I'm gonna call it. Rise of the Ronin is my game of the year. Congratulations, Rise of the Ronin. You done did it. You couldn't have made it easy. You couldn't have just been entirely the sick-ass combat and excellent boss design. Midnight Mode is something that you should have to unlock, I'm gonna say. That, unlocking Midnight Mode, fantastic, like the best post-game that I've played in a game in memory right now. Yeah, a lot of action RPG. I mean, I get that is one of my favorite things. I can't tell if Sussy's trolling me because I spent ages talking about it. And also playing it. Or if that's a genuine question. Or if I got the name wrong. But Midnight Mode is post-game with brand new boss fights. In the open world. It's... Oh, I love it. I love it so much. It's so good. I think maybe like the one thing in terms of like the combat that could have changed is maybe more variation. Like, whenever you master a combat style, you can have the fourth move of your combat style be a bunch of moves from the other combat styles. I think they should have let you customize that a little bit more fully. But yeah, that is gonna be my game of the year list. All games get released towards the end of the year get pushed to next year's Game Awards. If I played them for enough hours in 2024, I'll talk about them. Usually if they released like at the very end of the year, I'll probably not get to play them anyway, so they wouldn't feature regardless. Alright. Because I spoke about them for so long, I was planning to spend longer on little individual nods, but I'm just gonna quickly move through them. Every game of 2024 is the worst game. Yeah, but yeah, it was a good year for games, I think. There were, like I said, there were no like standout, like obvious total winners. Alright, so, best music. Second it. Visions of Mana. Spark and Zero did have like surprisingly good music, but I wouldn't say best. Metaphor. I love the Esperanto chanting. And the funky minor key stuff. One winner per category? No. This is nods. This is not like the absolute top. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth has perhaps one of the most ridiculous original OSTs of all time. It's like the only things that could rival it are like Smash Bros. Even just the arrangements of Smash Bros. Are like the only could rival the sheer scope and scale of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth music. Astrobot had nice music, but I don't think it's gone up the very top for me. But yeah, these five have the best music of the year as far as I'm concerned. If you have the opportunity to, listen to their OSTs. We're gonna do some is a multi-category winner. Don't worry about it. Tifa, one of the best player characters. I think Tifa's characterization in the Final Fantasy Remake, Rebirth series, is like one of the most endearing performances in video games. Gal Ronin, best player character. Excellent job, whoever did that. Yeah, you know what? Arena as well. The attitude. The pointy fangs. The dragon tail. The southern accent. He's got it all. And of course, Jimmy in mouthwashing. No. No. Best story. I don't fuck with that. Best NPC. Like everyone in Elden Ring, out of the Earth Tree. I love all the NPCs and like in general, they all have like super interesting stories. And diverse range of motives. That is what makes the personal side of that game story so dang cool. Robin from Sorry We're Closed was easily my favorite character in that. Loved their design, their attitude, their relationships. They were like almost like a sort of Kim Kitsuragi character in terms of like your supporter, but like a bit more abrasive and standoffish in like a fun way. Oh, wait a second. Izme. I'll say no more. Izme. Any other sidecar? Oh, wait, shit. I think I have to go off it to go back. Brigitte? Brigitte? How do you pronounce her name? I like it when she's mean to me. Fuck it, I'll put Azucena up there. Yeah. Any other characters in particular note? Oh, you know what? Snufkin. And generally, I mean, it maybe feels unfair because these are like established characters, but like the whole cast, whatever you call a little mean lady, our buddy Moomin. There's so many fun characters in the Moomin Valley. Yeah, I think that's all character-wise. Mechanically, okay, first of all, my favorite mechanic from Visions of Mana is, let me close your ears for like 10 seconds. The domain expansion on the dark element thing, where it shoots out a black hole, and like the black hole sucks dudes in, and you can like continue your combos and like whack on them a whole ton when they're in the black hole, and then the black hole explodes, dealing massive damage. It's like, it's just straight up busting. It is such a big build to a climax that is incredibly satisfying. Also, you can then follow up. Whenever the black hole explodes, it sends everybody flying. You can like follow up combo, either using your like dark hand to pull yourself towards them, or as happened once in the game with me, another character used their elemental artifact and froze a little bubble of time in the air that caught everyone, and I could jump up in the air and combo them inside the time closed bubble. It's like one of my favorite things that happened in video games this whole year. Dragon's Dogma 2, so many, but I think specifically the ability to make enemies tumble and fall into things, especially, I'm gonna say wall splats in this game, because the way that you do wall splats in Dragon's Dogma 2 is like stuff like just tackling a dude into a wall, picking them up and throwing them at a wall, or like if a Cyclops or a Minotaur is on like teetering on one foot, you throw a rock at them, they'll fall against the wall, but they won't like have like a canned animation. It's like a semi-dynamic physics interaction where like they literally slump and slide down against the wall in such a cool way. That I really did dig it. What else? Final Fantasy VII's cooperative moves, not the big cinematic cutscene ones, but like the smaller ones. Like, one of the best ones is just, as Tifa, you can have Barret or Cloud launch you up into the air to do aerial attacks against dudes, for instance. It's just super neat. I loved all of them, but if I had to choose one, that would be one that just stands out as like, yeah, good job, did it. Sorry, we're closed. The finger click snap, just very satisfying, mechanically useful, good sound, looks cool, loved it. Miss anything? Just our game of the year. Deflecting the bullets and the magic for no reason is like, there's no reason except for it is just the right thing to do. Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. Okay, so we have this mechanic called Perception, which puts you in a defensive stance. If you use Perception like against someone doing a beam attack, for instance, it'll like deflect the beam. No, I didn't play this year's Yakuza, unfortunately, Japo. This is all 2024. But if you do Perception against a melee attack, you'll like sway and counterattack. But there's another kind of sway counterattack thing where if you use Perception on it, you will catch the opponent's fist or leg, and it'll like zoom in on your character's face, and they'll give a little quip before smacking them. It's like, it is a defensive option that counters a defensive option that feels so much like a I saw that shit coming, and it gives you that moment in the game. It's just, mwah, it's beautiful. I love it. Helldivers 2, Fallen Down Airstrikes. The delay, the build up, the tension of like inputting it, very, very good. Balatro, there's a tarot card you can play that has a 1 in 10 chance to upgrade one of your jokers to make it like significantly more powerful to the point that it could be the run winning move. Whenever, most of the time you're not getting it because it's like a 1 in 10 chance, but when you do get it, it feels fantastic. And Shogun Showdown, just simply knocking an enemy into another enemy, causing them not only to damage each other, but that enemy then attacks that enemy. Good shit. Sarge, farewell. And yeah, you know what? Best moment? I don't think we need that. I think we're good. Or do we? Can I think of like specific, like moments or like boss fights or story segments? Nah, I think we'll do fine without it. I think that'll do. I'm gonna elaborate on these when I'm like saving this image. Okay. That is it for the look back that we have had on the games that I've played in 2024. I'm gonna take a 5-10 minute break. None of the tier lists are going to take as long as this. This was obviously effectively a solo having a hood project on every game that I played from this year. But we are going to do at least one more tier list today. We may, if I'm very cool, be able to do both of them. Yeah, Truzy. I agree. I mean, I love talking about this shit. So, but yeah, am I going to do the tier list of 2024 games I still want to play? Or 2025 games I'm going to play? That poll is up for 5 minutes. Feel free to vote for whichever one you're most interested in. And when I get back, that is what we'll do first. And if I don't do the other one today, I will do it tomorrow. Alright, back in a bit. Also, thank you everybody for staying and listening. Or, you know, listening and leaving. As the case may be. I do appreciate y'all hanging out. I hope y'all have been having fun so far. Alright, be right back. Okay, back. I got a cider. I got some snacks. You want to try and not munch in your ear? Excuse me while I mute for a second. So, y'all voted. We're doing the tier list of games coming up in 2025. How much I want to play them, if I want to play them. Also, Pimmy, I saw a little cactus like at least a dozen times, maybe around, I don't know, 17 or 18. And I love finding him. I love seeing all the little situations he got himself into. Super charming. I have a Brothers Premium Cider, Best of the Zest, which is their lemon and orange flavor. It's quite a light cider in terms of like alcohol content, but it's very nice. Do we not have a... I'm surprised we don't have one loads of mojo. Oh, I like a Copperberg pear as well. Okay, it seems like the mic doesn't pick up my munchin, so I'm safe. I'm good to go. Alright, so these are the games for the year ahead of 2025. I did one of these tier lists for 2024 already. So I'm just gonna copy the format that I had for it. So top is full play ASAP / day 1, and I had was it one of those? No, it's one of those. Important difference. Then I had a definitely want to play one of those. I had a will get to eventually. Those. Then might cool. One of those. This is need to see more. This is probably and this is don't want to play. All right. Anything until they eventually tier will be played in the next live? Yeah, actually, let me see. Let's welcome in Kay. How you doing? Let me just see. Are there any 2024 games like on the lower tier list that I played at all this year? Oh, Helldivers 2 was on there. As was Snufkin. As was Scald, actually. I played all of those. Another Crab's Treasure was on there. I played an hour of that. Doesn't really count. But okay, I actually played quite a few games under the eventually tier. Wow. I think I played more games under the eventually tier than I did under the definitely want to play tier, but got there. Alright. Gonna like try and quickfire these unless like we need a moment to remember what they are, because I made this tier list. I posted a link to it in the Discord, and it's like 127 games. So starting off with 2XKO, the League of Legends fighting game. It's a fighting game, so it's and I mean, I don't like League of Legends or feel like particularly strongly about the characters, but they're okay enough that I can like pick out a couple that I want to play at the very least. Also, it is free. It is free. I mean, okay, that is 100% what I've done with all the stickers that I have. That is accurate. Blade Chimera was in the We'll Play ASAP tier previously, last year, and it is once again, because it didn't come out this year. Commandos Origins, probably not. Commandos games are okay, not really like super duper my thing. Dragon's Quest 12, I need to see more, but you know, Dragon Quest, so probably. Where's Silk Song? Fucking 2026, buddy. Sorry, Dragon Quest 12, sussy. Okay. I don't remember this one, so. We're gonna have a quick look at the trailer. Also, sorry, I'm directly munching cards in your ear. I'll stop that. I'll mute myself while we watch this. Does anyone remember this? Exodus? The Traveler's Creed? Look, eating cards is part of my brand. I gotta do it. Yeah, it looks Mass Effect-ish. Lab, do it. It's Friday. You're unemployed? You're a recent graduate. You're allowed to be unemployed for a bit. Alright. You know, Exodus is probably gonna be, might be cool. I want to see more of it. It does look cool for what it is, but I'll probably like, you know, see what reviews are saying, kind of thing. Yeah, BioWare devs do be all over the place. Heartworm is a PS1 style horror, indie horror game. You could think of it as sort of, well, for me it's like, what was that game that released this year? Taylor played it. It, according to Taylor, needed a good bit of patching, which has apparently gotten since. Fuck, what's the game name? Hollow body, that's it. Yeah, Heartworm is the hollow body that I was been waiting for. I remember I got them confused a few times when they were being marketed, but Heartworm is the one that I'm quite excited about. I mean, I was excited about hollow body too, but this is a top one for me. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is gonna be definitely one to play. I have to play the first one first, but the second one looks better. Night Lap, thank you for chilling. Sleep well, my dude. Mariachi Legends, the upcoming Metroidvania from the team that made 9 Years of Shadow, which I haven't played yet. But Mariachi Legends just it looks fantastic. Like, it is one of the best looking games of the year ahead for sure. At play sections. No, that was a very cinematic trailer. Like, is it gonna be good? I don't know, but it's a Metroidvania, and it looks fantastic. And you can double aerial gun a dude, which is my entire strategy as Baiken and Guilty Gear, so yeah, Mariachi Legends pretty high up for me. Yeah, honestly, Zeke, at this point, it feels like it doesn't matter how well games perform. The economic realities of development is like, well, gotta close the studio. Outer Worlds 2 is need to see more. There are aspects of the first game that I did enjoy. I find the writing a little grating. The mix of constantly being snarky humor and constantly being a, like, bald-faced critique on space capitalism without any of the incisiveness of, like, Disco Elysium or whatever. It made the first game wear thin pretty damn quickly, but the concept could be cool. See more. Okay, I don't remember this one. It's on my wish list. I mean, well, it's an absurdist take on it, but I wouldn't say I disagree with any of the criticisms, or the way that they're made. But, you know, I'm an anti-capitalist, so that makes sense. Oh, is this the one where you have like little clones that fight alongside you? Don't remember any of the party members' names. I don't remember. Yeah, shit, I don't remember any of the party members either. Like, just in general, there's like a bishop dude, I think, who just felt to me a lot like the bishop from Firefly. Oh yeah, there's Parvati. Parvati's the one that I remember. Yeah, she was charming enough, right? It's alright. Kobe, we are now doing the tier list of games from 2025. I've done my GOTYs. I did my Game Awards. There was a little bit of Outer Worlds complaint. Just a little bit. Just a smidge. Alright. You know what? I think... although that game looks like it could be cool, I think it's safe to say, unless I see something like really cool from it, it's probably not. It's like a positive probably not. I'll just probably not have the time to get to it after all the other games that exist in the world. Rift of the Necrodancer, definitely want to play. I don't... The gameplay style looks so weird. It's like a sort of like reminiscent... it's like the Guitar Hero Fret UI, but it looks sort of reminiscent of Everhood, but not as, you know... It's not going to be as cool as Everhood. I highly doubt it. But you know, I like rhythm games. I like Necrodancer. I've never completed Necrodancer. I did complete Cadence of Hyrule. Rise of Rebellion is a game that I've been following the creator on Twitter for a good long time now. We did play the demo of this at one point. Okay, it turns out that looking for a Rise of Rebellion trailer in YouTube takes you to everything except the game Rise of Rebellion. I don't think he's actually done like official trailers as of yet. He does like a lot of like little snippets of gameplay. This is the demo game. It's like a one-on-one focused, Souls inspired but not fully Souls like action game. I did enjoy what I played in the demo, and it looks like he's just been adding a whole ton since. So yeah, very much looking forward to Rise of the Rebellion. Oh my god, there's so many games. Ronin Trail. Man, there are a lot of these games that I've seen, but I don't know if y'all have seen, so I'm just showing them anyway. Lord knows when this game is getting released. I don't think this is actually going to be a 2025 game because the dev Patchy disappeared from public life for like 6 months. Recently started posting development progress on Twitter again in November, which I was very, very happy to see. But yeah, to me it looks like Voxel Way of the Samurai. I'm not exactly the biggest fan of like the look of voxels, but I do like Way of the Samurai. Hopefully the combat is cool. Apparently that's like one of the main things that he changed during his like away times, that he wasn't satisfied with the feel of the combat. So yeah, that is Ronin Trail. If that comes out this year, I will definitely be on it. Soul Frame, the new fantasy looking game from the Warframe peeps. I don't want to play. It doesn't look particularly good in my opinion. 33 Immortals might be cool. It's going to be on Game Pass. Oh well, it's going to be on Game Pass, so I'm probably going to get to it eventually, even for just like a little snack on it. But yeah, I don't know, the 33 multiplayer thing doesn't super grab me. I'm curious, but like I didn't see anything in the actual gameplay itself that, you know, super won me over. Borderlands 4. Oh, nope. Chronos, I don't remember. When did we see Chronos? Oh, from the Xbox partner preview, October of last year. Oh, I didn't watch that, I don't think. Okay, it's just fully a cinematic trailer, so whatevs. Need to see more. Crowsworn, not for me. That's the Crow Hollow Knight. That looks really just too Hollow Knight for me. Skid Story, Virtua Fighter 5, Revo. Oh, I don't even have Revo on this list. Are you not gonna play the new Virtua Fighter, Sisto? Oilsworn? I mean, that kind of exists. There's Oil Boy. Alright, Death Stranding 2 is a weird one. It's... want to play ASAP, but like, I have to play the first one to completion first. I played enough of the first one to know that I love it, despite its, you know, weirder elements. Oh yeah, the new VF is on this tier list. I didn't add Revo because it's not a new game. Virtua Fighter 5. But yeah, I love Death Stranding. Have to go and beat it, and hopefully we'll do so before this. Is it confirmed? I think so, but I'm not certain. Demon School is that funky pixel art SMT-ish inspired game. Sorry, Kay. That's also my struggle, to be fair. Yeah. Demon School looks pretty neat. Looks like, again, a very pacing and like movement tactics based RPG system. I like the 3D environments with the sprites. I think the character designs are cute. And what can I say? Teens dealing with demon shit is just a solid theming for me. Port, I swear to God, we cannot go through a mention of Virtua Fighter without you talking about Vanessa Lewis's abs. Don't get the spray bottle. Ender Magnolia, 100% ASAP. I loved Ender Lilies. It's one of my favorite Metroidvanias, officially. And yeah, I like that Ender Magnolia is taking it from fantasy to sci-fi, but seems to still be based on the same concept of, you know, you summon these spirits to do your fighting for you. Grime 2. I have to play Grime 1. I did not initially like the look of Grime 1, but enough people have like talked enthusiastically enough about it that I'm going to give it a second thought, or a second look rather. Plus I do own it. It was free on Epic Game Store at one point. Hades 2, love the first game. Second game apparently has already more shit in it. Also, the new character design's cool. Second exhibition of Hobbs Barrow N. I mean, Wadjet Eye has other games, right? Like that's not their first. I liked Hobbs Barrow so much that I've memorized the dev names. I definitely plan on playing another. Oh, they're doing Old Skies? I remember Old Skies. Old Skies looks cool. Oh, wait a second. Old Skies coming out spring 2025. It should be on this tier list. Oh, Sisto. Thank you, my dude. I don't know why the alert didn't play, but thank you so much for gifting that sub to K. Appreciated. Alright, enough getting distracted. Hell is Us is... I don't know how to describe this game. Putting up with this fool. Yeah, fair. But yeah, third person man in a windbreaker with a light sword game. Like, this could be cool, right? Oh, that's right, you can use the drone in combat as well. You know what it makes me think of? Like, gameplay wise, I'm getting Star Wars Jedi Man's feels. What do you call those recent games? Jedi Outcast, Jedi Warrior, Jedi Survivor? Outcastus? The younger guy from Shameless? Fallen Order and Survivor, thank you. That might be cool. I want to see more of it. Light No Fire, the new game from the No Man's Sky thing with a giant contiguous fantasy world and mountains that you can see and climb. Need to see more. Like a Dragon, Pirates in Hawaii, not interested. If I get to the point where I played every other Yakuza game and this is the last one left, I might play it then, but I'm not always fond of when Yakuza leans super far into the goofy side. I have feelings about the flanderization. I can't even say it. It's not the flanderization of Majima. Majima's always been that way. We've now seen that. But it doesn't need as much of a spotlight on it. It just hurts whenever I compare, like, modern Majima to Yakuza 0 Majima. I mean, let's be fair to me here. Kiryu in Yakuza is not a Yakuza. I like playing as him. Yeah, Yakuza 0 Majima is peak Majima. It's like night and day. Like, I don't hate him as a tertiary character or like, you know, good agonist or whatever. But, in dude, not so much. Metroid Prime 4 is not going in day one, only because I have to play Prime 2 and 3 first. And I'm going to stream Prime 1 first, so it's probably... Nah, it's going to go here, based on enthusiasm alone, but I'm probably not going to play it this year. I recognize this. Maitreya is one of the school of games that I feel is mightily inspired in part by the Dragon Ball Sparking series. Also, Gravity Rush, but yeah, I think this game looks super neat. Just flashy, aerial, superhero style combat. Hopefully, feel like mechanical depth to it as well. Yeah, no one's allowed to teleport about this game. If I have to hear about abs or thighs one more time. But yeah, looks super cool, no? That is the day one for me. So far, all of my top ones except Death Stranding 2, all my day ones are indie games. Might be a year predominantly carried by indies for me. Mira, Legend of the Jinn. Again, we'll take a very, very short look at this. This is a Arabic style Metroidvania. What was my goatee? My goatee was Rise of the Ronin in the end. I think Midnight Mode just like pushed it over the top for me. Although I was very undecided for a long time between that and Dragon's Dogma 2. Oh, Minin, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. I don't think I have... I think I might have turned alerts off. Wait. Yeah, I think I turned alerts off in this this scene. But thank you so much for the raid. Let me give you a little shout out. Oh, you're playing Wind Waker. I liking it. Welcome in, y'all. I just did my 2024 GOTY list, ranking 26 games from 1 to 26. And now we're looking at games coming out in 2025, deciding which I want to play. And you know what? Mira and the Legend of the Jinns looks super cool. I love my Metroidvanias, and it looks like a good one. I'm gonna say we'll get to eventually, because there's just so many goddamn Metroidvanias in this 1 year alone coming out. Interesting. Well, I would like to hear. I'm not gonna say shit because I want you to experience it for yourself. But I would like to hear how your feelings on it progress as you get through it. None of them are Silk Song. None of them are Silk Song because be for real. Okay. Obviously, my #1 most anticipated game of next year, and it's in like a month's time. Can't wait. Cannot wait. I don't even... Does anyone know what this is? Is Karma here? Because I think Karma suggested this. Oh wait, I can look in the Discord for the Karma suggestions. Psycho Patrol R. Let's watch the trailer for this together. Month and a half, it'll pass in no time. Oh, this is from the creators of Cruelty Squad? I have yet to play Cruelty Squad. Fuck! A good reload sound. Yeah, I think the fuck won me over as well. Oh wait, you're in a mech? Or like a Tachikoma style tank or something? With 0 frames of animation? Excellent. Okay, alright. I mean, this is more sold me on playing Cruelty Squad than anything. But, yeah, sure. Fuck it. Get to that eventually, I'm sure. Right? Sonokuni, the top-down Hotline Miami. With the cool Japanese hip-hop. Where like your main mechanic is spinning to deflect and attack. I do like the super edgy pixel art. I think the character designs are cool. I think the gameplay is pretty fun. Played the demo of this, by the way. Yeah, I enjoyed that. I do plan to play it. Yeah, who doesn't shout fuck every single time they reload? Siege and the Sandfox. Now, Taylor, I think I've actually asked before if you're interested in this. Because this makes me think like Prince of Persia. But it's like if a 2D Prince of Persia game took on the sort of free-running approach of the modern Prince of Persias. I unfortunately I'm going to put another Metroidvania near the top of the list. But it does have some stealth to it. Stealth, parkour platforming. You can hop on that man's head. I think someone made a 2D Prince of Persia, but good. I'm kidding. I have such respect for the original Prince of Persia, but it is so unforgiving. Has to be overwhelmingly positive tier. Fair. I understand it. I get it. Wolverine. I mean, I like Insomniac's games, so it's gonna be we'll get to eventually. I don't even know if it's confirmed for this year. Someone had it on a list of games that's coming out in 2025. So I assume that they set a release target for the year. Which is the Jordan Mechner POP? Is that like the original? I played the SNES version of that. Turn a satellite. Dealer's choice, I think. And again, I respect it, but Jesus Christ. Game is not kind. Alright. This is one of the quite extensive genre of upcoming wuxia games. And I'll be real, I don't know which is which. I'm kind of like watching this to remind myself. Like every one of these games that we've seen so far looks cool. Okay, never mind. You got like a machine gun fire staff. All right, Wu Chang, Fallen Feathers. I'm gonna try and remember you. Hopefully none of the devs comes out with like saying something weirdly misogynistic or whatever that makes me not want to play the game at launch. Thank you, Black Myth Wukong. Gonna wait for that game to go on sale. What did he say? Just weird like really old school gamer shit. Dude just does not seem to like women. Like, so, we're getting less of my money for that. So keep track of the devs. I typically prefer not to. But, you know, to listen to podcasts, you hear some stories, and it's like... some mental associations are hard to scrub. But yeah, I think that's a definitely want to play. Wasn't that just some mistranslated article? I think there was like more than one thing. Like I think it was like not just an article that was maybe slightly misinterpreted, but like stuff published inside the company. I'm not gonna speak to the details because I don't know them like super well, but enough to, you know, yellow flag at least for me. All right. We're somewhat a way through. Go on. Alabaster Dawn, is that the new game or the upcoming game? I don't even know what's coming out this year. But can't remember which studio it is. Project Terra, is that the Unsighted devs? No, the Unsighted devs are making Phantom X Abyss, which is not on this list, but definitely has to be. This is the one I think from the Crosscode devs. Alright, Phantom... Wait, no, is it... Is it Abyss X0? I have said that the worst thing about the game is the name. Yeah, Abyss X0 is the one coming up by the Unsighted devs. Doesn't have a release date, so it's not on this tier list at all. I don't know if Alabaster Dawn does, but I think it's worth having a look at this game. Oh, sorry. I say as I dim the trailer. But yeah, that game looked super cool. I wasn't watching that trailer because I've already seen it, but you know, I showed it to y'all. So that's a definitely want to play for me. Yeah, Alabaster Dawn. Yeah. I mean, I guess the word alabaster is at least like different enough that you're going to remember it, as opposed to... Yeah, what was it called? I literally just looked it up. Abyss X0, which I called Phantom Abyss, which is a different game, and also called Phantom X0, which is actually Phantom Blade Zero. We get rid of Abyss, Phantom, Blade, X, and Zero from game names, like, entirely. I mean, that's the thing. I think Triangle Fantasy, like, they originally called the Project Triangle Fantasy, and then they asked the people if they would prefer to call it something else. Or yeah, it's Triangle Strategy, right? They asked them if they want to call it something different than Project Triangle Strategy or whatever, and the poll is just no, call it Triangle Strategy. Pardon me. Wait, is Taylor playing Them's Fighting Herds tomorrow, Sisto? I thought he was in a wheel game. Yeah, like I say, Port, I can't blame people if they're not, like, you know, making any particular judgment, but there's enough room for doubt for me. And also enough games out that I'm like, I'm chill. I'm chill on waiting. Alcahest. I forget Alcahest. Oh yes, that's right. The could be a cool successor to Dark Messiah of Might and Magic, but the trailer is so bullshotted that, like, it's impossible to tell how much of this stuff is actually going to be mechanics in the game. So yeah, definition of need to see more on that one. Chrono Odyssey? I don't remember that one either. Next generation open world MMORPG with soulsy combat. I remember thinking it looked alright. Yeah, that's Dragonkin. I have so many games on here that I cannot remember. Dragonkin the Banished. Oh, it's a Path of Exile Diabloer. Probably not. FBC Firebreak. Is this Game Pass? Kimmy, can you confirm? Because if it's a Game Pass, then it's gonna be definitely want to play. And if it's not, it might be cool. As a resident Game Pass understander. FPC Firebreak? Okay, then it's a I would like to try that. That could be our next Back 4 Blood. Fire 4 Break. Hyper Lightbreaker. It's not day one because it's early access. I'm gonna wait for it to fully release. But it's taken like the Hyper Light Drifter and Solar Ash aesthetic, which is my favorite thing about those games, and putting it on gameplay that looks, in my opinion, like the best they've done. For like a melee focused take on Risk of Rain 2. I know some people are not super happy with it being roguelike, but those people ain't me. Marvel 1943, we don't really know much about this game. The only reason that I'm saying we'll get to it eventually is because Amy Hennig's doing the writing. Amy Hennig, who was one of the main creative forces behind the Legacy of Kain games. Also did Uncharted and some other stuff, but you know, I like her writing, so I don't mind the marbles. Mega Break, loved the demo, loved the beta. It was so cool. I'll definitely be hopping on that. Promise Mascot Agency, the upcoming game from the creators of Paradise Killer. Definitely want to play. I haven't played Paradise Killer, but their whole like style is right up my alley. And it looks quite funny as well. Feels very Suda51-esque or even Swery-esque. Rematch, the 5-a-side football game from... who made this again? It's like a really unexpected developer. Oh, Pim, you getting sick. Sifu devs, that's right. That's Sifu. Sifu football. I mean, it looks kind of interesting because not many football games do the perspective of playing as like a single player in an over-the-shoulder camera. It seems like Rocket League football, which is just Rocket League, right? But without cars. What if football was mans instead of cars? Yeah, I'll probably try that out if I can. You know, it's a might be cool. It's a might be cool. Yeah, that's it, Pimmy. If it was other devs, I wouldn't be interested. The enemy team ages a year. Can you imagine? That'd be very funny. Split Fiction. Me and Coco shall be playing this one together, I reckon. He has voice interest in it, and I'm very interested in it. I thought the showcase at the Game Awards was very, very good. What the fuck is Tireborn? We're getting there. We're whittling it down. I'm waiting for Blue Valko to come back from his holiday travels because we're playing It Takes Two together. I've owed him this for so long. Did we see this in some like Xbox showcase? I think I've seen this. Okay, right now I'm feeling might be cool. Is it gonna hit us with what I want to see? Game Pass, baby. Trails in the Sky first. Definitely want to play. I'm still undecided as to whether or not I should play the original first. This is the remake of just Trails in the Sky, but now 3D and fully voiced, and you can either choose between turn-based combat or action RPG combat, which I'm still very curious to see how that works. Apparently it's not the first Trails game to do that, but I think it's mighty interesting, no? Okay, Anno 117 Pax Romana. I enjoy the Anno games. I like time builders. The Roman settlement is pretty neat. Probably get that at some point. Give it a try. Civilization 7. Hell yes. I love Civ games. Earthblade, the Metroidvania looking thing from the devs of Celeste, might be cool. I'll probably play it at some point, but could be years down the line. The game does not look like particularly inspired or even like super tight gameplay wise. But given that it's the Celeste devs, I reckon they're probably going to pull something out with it, right? Eden's Guardian. Oh yes, I remember that. Yeah, the sword mechanic, the Noctis sword flicker. Okay. That might be cool. Lost Records, Bloom and Rage. I believe this is like some of the devs who worked on Last of Us. It's the teenagers doing teenage things. That's probably I will get to eventually. I've never like properly fully dove into a Life is Strange game. I played the first one with my sister, but like we were like passing it back and forth. We only got through a couple chapters, so I should play them. Pokemon Legends ZA. I mean, really, who knows? Who knows? I hope that they continue to take the sort of experimental tech that Pokemon Legends, the first one, seems to have, but push it further. We haven't seen day one of this. I would like to play another Pokemon game. I was tempted to dip into Pokemon Scarlet and Violet just because of some of the battle music that I heard from it. Stay away from the remastered ones. What's wrong with them? Sniper Elite? Maybe? maybe might be cool. I enjoy what I played as Sniper Elite. I'm not sure if it's a series I'll ever like dive into, but they're, you know, cool stealth first-person games. All about Nazis. Kinda cool. Wolf Among Us 2, yes, please. I gotta play the first one again in preparation of this. My favorite Telltale game by a country mile. My favorite, you know, Choices Matter cinematic game by quite some degree. No, Zeke, not that one. Different game. Glass him. I think I did glass him. I was given the option. Why would you not? Okay, noted, Pimmy. I mean, I think I've got it already, so I don't need to buy it again or anything, so. Okay, Arc Raiders. Seems kinda... I mean, it could be neat, but I think they're... Well, we'll take a look. They did the gameplay reveal last month. It's like extraction shooter, sci-fi stuff. I think there's like monsters to deal with, but there's also human raiders. I just remember not being like super won over by it. So yeah, that's probably not for me. Clockwork Revolution is the new BioShock Infinite looking thing. Very steampunk. I think we need to see more for that. The House of Tesla. I don't even remember this one in the least. Actually, Port Atelier Ryza is the Thigh Games. It's a new main character, Yumiya. No thighs anymore. Clockwork was Game Pass confirmed. I still need to see more. Like, if it's a game like that, it's probably going to be big and, you know, bulky and long. So I don't know how much I'm in for it. From the creators of the House of Da Vinci, with new handcrafted puzzles, hauntingly beautiful locations, and challenges for your brain's gray or blue matter, you'll be able to look through the eyes of one of the most famous inventors, Nikola Tesla. I'm alright. Last Defense Academy, The 100 Line. That is the strategy game RPG from the Danganronpa people. Might be cool. Might be cool. I haven't played like enough Danganronpa to really have any sort of feelings on their games. Might be cool. Hunter x Hunter Nen Impact. It's a fighting game, and it's also by yeah, what's their name? Is it 18? 18, the people who made Tatsunoko vs. Capcom and worked on MVC3. Probably not gonna buy it day one because I like Hunter x Hunter, but it's not a day one kind of series for me. And also, I think that Hunter x Hunter character designs in terms of fighting games is like maybe the least suited for the medium. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, no, it's one of those audiences for sure. It's like, I don't know, maybe not quite Undertale level, but 100%. You want to make sure that you're talking to reasonable adults before you talk about Danganronpa. Inazuma 11 Victory Road. I've been watching this one for ages. I really want to play an Inazuma 11 game. And this seems like they're doing sort of like the big one. Anime football tactics game. Yeah. I played the very beginning of 999 ages ago, like high school age, I think. But I don't like have like super deep experience with those. Skate story. You are a glass skateboarder person. I think you're trying to escape hell. Very, very funky, weird art. Looks great. I'm looking forward to Skate Story. Long ago. It does say Kid Tori, says he. Right. High school's only 15 years ago. Yeah, that's the way to think about it. I'll take that. That's a good cope. The precinct does kind of look cool. It's like third-person police simulator with chases and gunfights and whatever. Finally, I will play as another cop aside from Chun-Li. Oh, and another cop game. Actually, another one of my... This is like my second most anticipated game of the year. The Ramble Vice. Or He Ramble Vice, it says. The Scramble Vice is a 2D mech action game that I think just looks fantastic. It also has like outside of mech sections which look very inspired by, well, not very. I talked to the, well, messaged the dev saying this looks a lot like Elevator Action Returns, and apparently that was one of the big inspirations for it. Yeah. I be a cop when I want Taylor's attention. Titan Quest 2? No, I'm alright. I'm good. Assassin's Creed Shadows? Is it on Game Pass? Because if not, it's might be cool. I think, I forget the lady's name. I think her sections look a lot better than Yasuke's. The combat does not look very... But the stealth stuff you can do the thing where you dive underwater and you like have a little reed that you breathe through. So good. How many dev DMs have I slid into? That is between me and the 40 devs that I've DM'd. Crimson Desert, big open world action RPG business. It looks like 50 games rolled into one. I don't know if it's going to be very good, but I am very, very curious to see how it works. Yeah, Pimmy, I was the exact same, and I did enjoy Odyssey more than Origins for what it's worth, but the third-person Assassin's Creed combat has not been it, man. All larger streamers playing Assassin's Creed Shadows are so cooked. What, because of the anti-woke brigade? Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves. I'm not gonna play it day one. I wanna wait for the... They're like releasing the game at like a lower price. And then you can get the DLC on top of it, which like makes it a full price game, but you have to wait until the other character's released. I think I'll just wait. Like, it's Garu. It's modern SNK. I'm a big fan of modern SNKs, I really am. Like, gameplay wise, they've been doing very well since 14. But graphically, they've been improving with each game as well. Like, good stuff. Keep it up. But yeah, Fatal Fury. I just want to wait until all the characters are out for it, or at least like the first set of characters. Booga 3. Forget about it. Ghost of Yotei. I like Ghost of Tsushima. Now playing as one of those. There's like a term for the character trope of like lady who goes around playing a shamisen but is actually an assassin. And they teased a whole bunch of weapons in the trailer that looked super neat. So yeah, I'll be playing Ghost of Yotei. I'll once again be playing it on Fatal difficulty. I just hope that they find some way to rebalance the duels. The general combat in Ghost of Tsushima on lethal mode I really enjoyed, but the duels really like were just more difficult and slower. But no, Fuga 3 is probably I will get to eventually. I need to play the first two games. They super seem up my alley, but you know, I have to play them first. Glaciered. Let's just take a quick look at Glaciered, because this is one game that I feel like is quite easily gonna slip under the waves. Get it? Because water. The water game. But yeah, to me it looks like if someone made Zone of the Enders, but you're a fishman fighting things underwater. And that just speaks to me. What if Echo the Dolphin had arm blades? Oh, wait a second, I've not even got the trailer up on screen. Zadokin, welcome in, my dude. Thank you so much for the raid. What are you doing tonight? Oh, are you playing the Dynasty Warriors Origins demo? Dude. Yoshio, welcome in. How's the Dynasty Warriors demo doing? Also, chat, if you've yet to do so, please follow Azadokin. Super cool dude. Big fan. Bad at video games. Etc. You weren't expecting it to be good? It looks so good, man. I like my Muso games. Jambi, welcome in. That's not Az's raid message. But yeah, I'm a Muso fan, but Dynasty Warriors Origins looks like it's doing some pretty damn new stuff. I'm not even touching the demo because I just know that I want to play it. In fact, we're kind of talking about games that we're going to want to play in the year coming up. I made a tier list of a whole bunch of games coming out in 2025. By the way, Azza, if you want to do this tier list at some point, I can provide the link as well. Well, actually, I posted the link in the Discord, I think. Did I? No, I've yet to. I'll do that now. And here's a little link for anyone who might want to, you know, do the tier list themselves. Panda, thank you for raiding. Have a good lurk and work. And Yocho, sorry, my alerts are not working at the moment, but thank you very much. Follow. Monster Hunter Wilds, I don't think I included it. I can't see it down here. No. Because it's at the very top, baby. My #1 anticipated game of the year, by far. I also did my my game of the year list tonight. I spent 4 hours talking about all 26 of the 2024 games that I spent a significant amount of time playing. Turns out Rise of the Ronin's my game of the year. I didn't expect it, but there it is. Yeah, this is, like I say, we're looking through the list of games tonight in the year ahead and how much I want to play them. Atelier Yumiya might be cool. This is the thing. I respect the Atelier games. I think they're probably really good and like chill, and Gust music is excellent stuff, but they require so much time investment, and they're so like laid back and chill that I don't feel super inclined to play them on stream. The one I want to play on stream is Atelier Sophia, the remake. That looks like up my alley. Who knows, maybe I'll like get fully into the Atelier series and just play all of them on stream at some point, but for now, I hope the fans enjoy Yumiya. I might skip it for now. Alright, Directive 8020. I don't remember this one. Also, did you do anything else tonight, Azza? Was it just Fantasy Warriors Origins? Also, if you do need to, like, you know, go sleep, eat, do any of that good stuff, please feel free. This was the Directive 8020 announced trailer from 4 months ago. Alright, purely story stuff. Just a cutscene, no idea. Need to see more. Heroes of Might and Magic, the olden era. We'll get to eventually. I'm a big Heroes of Might and Magic fan, so I'll try whatever they put out. Okay, Pimmy. I'll wait for you. They're Obscure, Expedition 33. We'll wait for Pim. Judas is the new game from Ken Levine, I believe. Its trailer felt like super... Azza, did you ever use Bebo? It feels like edgy teenager posting thing that'll make them look cool on Bebo / early days of Facebook. In terms of like its story tone and stuff. Like there's a lot of really interesting visuals, but it's like super edge dog. Sorry, I just realized I'm not showing any of the trailer. Like, gameplay-wise, we haven't seen a whole ton. But it's looking very much like it's going to be a Bioshock-style thing. But yeah. Very Shadow the Hedgehog, like, tone. Doing the, not exactly very subtle or nuanced social commentary stuff. There was like a social media thumbs up section of the trailer. Yeah, need to see more of that. See. Perfect Dark might be cool. I think it's Game Pass. If it's Game Pass, I'll get to eventually. Yeah. That's sort of looking, it's like looking im-simi now, Perfect Dark, and that's a genre that I have middling success with. I mean, I haven't played a whole ton of him since, I should say. I'm willing to try it. Solasta 2 is sort of like, I believe whenever we watched the trailer for it before, someone described it as Baldur's Gate at home. Might be cool. I like my turn-based RPGs. Hopefully it's neat. Azza, enjoy Grub, my dude. The new Virtua Fighter game, 100%, day one. I like Virtua Fighter. I'm excited about them doing a new game. I hope it's good. Good luck. Atomfall is the Fallout but London style looking thing, and I actually thought this looked pretty cool. I'm not fully sold on it yet. We'll see another trailer. But also, I do have my memories of this game confused slightly with Fallout London, the fan game that got released a while back. Oh, wait a second. No, I just straight up confused Fallout London. This is an upcoming action survival RPG. Apologies. Didn't mean to play it like that. Dynasty Warriors Origins is a day one for me. I think it looks super cool. Love-ish. Oh, is this the one where it's like you're the hero of a classic adventure game, but you are in fact a super duper creep? Wanting the princess to kiss you. So you kill your fellow party members so that they cannot kiss the princess. A choice of themes, I will say, but the old school platformer, this does seem mighty neat. Okay, I think in the most recent Dynasty Warriors, the like 9 or something, they did remove Young-Ho's claws and just gave him like a spear or something. I remember someone ranting about that because yeah, gotta have the claws. Mafia, the old country, probably not. I'm not super interested in the Mafia games. Rune Fencer, Ilya. This is yet another, I apologize for saying it, Metroidvania. But I promise it looks cool. Oh, wait a second. I think this is a thriller. But yeah, this is another dev I've been watching on Twitter. They seem to have like just a lot of really neat mechanic ideas they're putting in their game. I'm gonna say not my highest priority in terms of Metroidvanias. This is more of a get to eventually type deal. Okay, the next one is Silly Poly Beast. Which, I don't know what to say, it just looks really neat. I'm just very much into this. Devil girl with a gun and a grappling hook. Fighting in a weird, grungy, industrialist looking sort of landscape. Reminds me very much of like the city outskirts of Half-Life 2, all like chain link fences and dilapidated metal bits and whatnot. From far away, my pink jumper looks like a large bearded bald man with glasses. Is that what you want me to be? I can be that for you, Capri-Sun. But yeah, Silly Polybeast, definitely looking super cool. Not like in the highest tier for me yet. I need to see more from it. But very neat. Unawake, another game I don't remember. Want a bear hug? I think I have to be a bear for taking a bear hug. Not sure I fit the definition. Okay, first person action adventure game. I don't actually think I've seen this before. Looking kind of neat. Might be cool. The kind of thing that I'll look and see if it has high reviews. I might give it a try. Welcome in, Didi. You can have all the pirate Majima your heart desires. I would never even think to deprive you of it. That'd be cool. Avowed is another might be cool for me. I mean, I'm probably gonna try it because Game Pass. But I've never been super into the Bethesda style of RPGs, and the setting does not do a ton for me. I think I'd rather play it through Pillars of Eternity first, but I might give it a go. Kimmy, I thought Atomfall was the British Fallout as well, but apparently it's just an action survival or a survival RPG. You left your Majima mask? Oh, that sucks. The Hanya. That does suck. I'm sorry, Kay. Go stomp in. Take it back. Eric's Home is the top-down stealthy game in a sort of Victorian London looking setting that I think might be cool. I was hoping it would like involve more parkour and stuff given the perspective, but not so much. But could still be cool. Pokemon Legends EA is, well, Pokemon Legends was the sort of return to the Sinnoh region, but in the past with like some funky new mechanics. It's like a Pokemon spin-off that is being more experimental with mechanics. We haven't seen any of Pokemon Legends EA's gameplay yet, but I put it on here anyway because I know some people are excited about it. Metal Gear Solid Delta, hell yes. MGS3 is one of my favorite PS2 games. Probably in the upper half of my top 100 games in general. And I'm pretty interested to see the gameplay changes. They're using like the same script and I think even the same voice lines, like the same recordings for the dialogue. So the changes are all going to be like purely gameplay and aesthetic. And it seems to be taking the you know, Metal Gear Solid 5 style gameplay and applying it to 3, which I'm curious to see how that works. South of Midnight, the new Xbox game set in the Bayou, a action adventure game that looks pretty neat. It'll be on Game Pass, so yeah, I'll probably play that. Yasha. Something of the Demon. I forget this one. Give the Yakuza games that get physical releases in general. Alright. I've always bought Yakuza. I don't think I bought a single Yakuza game not digital. This is Yasha, Legends of the Demon Blade. Isometric action game. This is apparently a reveal trailer for this Tiger Archer, but there is another playable character. I think her name is just straight up Yasha. And yeah, I think this looks pretty neat. Guess I will get to eventually. Multi-pack game I bought actually came with an empty case for 3. Really? Yay. Claire Obscura Expedition 33. This is the French RPG that has very active style combat in the vein of a Lost Odyssey or Shadow Hearts, and very sort of stylish look to it. It has that style of like fantasy clothing that is kind of similar to the new Dragon Age game, where it's like ostensibly like fantasy-esque clothing, but not as inspired by like historic clothing trends. It looks more like a sort of fantasy take on the odd shapes of sci-fi clothing, if that makes sense. But this one looks super cool. Definitely a day one for me. I was looking forward to that. We haven't seen like a whole ton of it yet. Alright, I'm just going to start going alphabetically through them. Blueprints, a puzzle game. Looks like it could be kind of neat. Not enough story for me, focused on what I've seen. Cabernet is a point and click game where you play as a vampire lady. That I think looks pretty damn cool. That's a definitely want to play for me. Capcom Fighting Collection 2, hell yes. All the Power Stones, Capcom vs SNK 1 and 2. Plasma Sword. So much cool stuff in this collection. It's like, it's the best compilation I've seen from them yet. Yeah, the reason that KCD's not higher is that I have to play the first one first. But I do think it looks very good. Where'd I even put it? Oh, here, yeah. Citizen Sleeper 2 is going to be in the exact same tier for the exact same reason. Everything I've seen about both the first and second game looks super cool. I just haven't played the first Citizen Sleeper yet, so I'm going to have to get to that first before I even think about Citizen Sleeper 2. Constance, another Metroidvania, super platforming heavy, but the movement in it looks pretty wonderful, so that's a definitely want to play for me. Okay, I'm trying to be quick, but I think Detained, Too Good for School is the beat 'em up. Yeah, sort of. Makes me think of like River City Girls quite a bit. But I like beat 'em ups. I like Delinquents. I'll play that game. That game is called Detained, Too Good for School. Citizen Sleeper was great, but kind of sleepy. Felt more like a cozy game. Played the whole thing at the end, so you're super depressed. Because of the story, or just how sleepy the game is? Doom the Dark Ages? Probably gonna play that. I feel like we need to see more of that game, but you know. I like the modern Doom games. Some of the stuff we saw in the trailer looked real neat. Dunk Awakening. Is Dunk Awakening the survival game or the strategy? It's the survival game, isn't it? No, thank you. Elden Ring Night Rain, hell yes. Gonna be playing the beta as well. Hope it's good. Eternal Strands, I don't remember. Oh, is someone doing their own Breath of the Wild? Oh, but I thought it was kind of neat, actually. I'll say actually one more time to really hit it home. Dang, the frost thrower and flamethrower stuff. I don't remember seeing this game ever, but or if I did, I turned off like immediately, but haven't seen a good bit of the gameplay. I'm curious. Curious about Eternal Strands, might be cool. Oh yeah, Edith Finch did do that. Ella Jazz playing the game's demo. They like it. Fable's definitely I need to see more. Fable's like always been hit or miss for me. But if it's good, done. Oh, did I not put Glaciered on the actual tier list? We watched the video for it. Yeah, I guess not. Yep, that's a day one for me. Really looking forward to Glaciered. Grand Theft Auto 6. I'm not the biggest Grand Theft Auto fan, but they're always sort of like interesting games in terms of the landscape of the medium, if that makes sense. The like trends that we see in Grand Theft Auto can tend to like kind of permeate for a good while. And I want to see what 6 does for that reason. Also, that first trailer for 6 was really good, just in terms of like setting a tone and establishing the setting of Liberty City. Hotel Barcelona, I think this is like a 2.5D, like super pulpy action game. Sorry, waiting for the bitrate to get good on this video. I'm not holding this against the game right now. The art design and stuff, like if we can see some of the character designs, looks really neat, like really good illustrations, but man, the game itself looks just super cheap. Oh, this is Spurry and Suda 51. Well, so it does have that going. You know, might be cool. I'll probably end up playing it. But yeah, hopefully they can like give it a bit of polish because it looks very rough. But then again, what's the game called? What's that? JJ Macfield and the Isle of Mysteries. It has like a word. Taken? No. Something. Is that my squeaky chair? No, my chair's not squeaking. What's the game where you play as the girl who's able to like lose all of her limbs? Because that also did not look impressive at all, but I was actually very impressed by the game itself. Anywho, Kingmakers. That's a definitely want to play. That's the one where you're like fighting in medieval wars against knights and villages and castles, but you have an entire modern arsenal of cars and guns and etc, etc. Very, very funny looking. I hope it's fun. You're the girl with no limbs? Big fan. Little Nightmares 3, not interested. I liked the first one. The second one felt like I was kind of done with the concept of the games by then. And that's about it. Mandragora is might be cool. It's another 2.5D Metroidvania. Would be cool. I'm looking to see more on it. Marathon, new Bungie game, full priced, online extraction shooter. Nah, not interested. Neo Berlin, I don't think I remember. Oh, we got some impressive facial animations. The guy we're playing as looks like Danny Dyer. Futuristic detective noir style game. Zombies. and Max Payne bullet time jumps and robots with miniguns. Might be cool. Fight mechanics seem like the best things about the game. Wait a second, what game are we talking about again? I have to rewind. Ed. Was it Unawake or sorry, please remind me what game we're talking about. Oh, is it Eternal Strands? Can't turn what game's art style. Yeah, the art style doesn't do a whole ton for me. It says about the way the developers in chat acted during the demo. I can sort of... One of the things that got me around to sort of being a bit more patient or empathetic with the over-exuberance of devs talking about their own games is like the entire No Man's Sky story and like Sean Walker's whole role in that debacle. Can't remember who did like a fairly decent video essay sort of looking back on the history of that game and his role. Oh, I think it was disgraced plagiarist, what's his face? Some dude, I legit can't remember his name, one did the Costa Concordia video. But anywho, his No Man's Sky video was actually pretty decent. And yeah, devs buying their own hype, getting into their own hype, happens a lot to people at the higher ends of the industry. If you're an indie dev who has the opportunity to get a significant spotlight on your game, you know, you shouldn't bullshit or access, but I can empathize to some degree as to why you might. The excitement, the desire to like create some sort of flash memory of the game in the heads of the people watching. In summary, video game's bad. Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, yeah, looks cool, does look good. I'm not like a big Ninja Gaiden fan, but I think what .emu is doing with this looks pretty damn neat. Yeah, that's the way to keep yourself creatively humble, is just remember any of what's the name, Sean Murray's interviews. Alright, we're on to our second wuxia game that I can't quite remember of the night. This is Phantom Blade Zero. There's another wuxia game that I didn't even include on this list. I can't remember the name of it. Where Winds Fall? Where Winds Go? I think it's Where Winds something. But I did include on this list. It must not have a release date for this year. But yeah, I mean, might be cool. Need to see more. Wait. That's the one. Professor Layton, New World of Steam. Based on the fact that it's a Professor Layton game, I need to play more. I need to play any, like, well, first of all, I need to stream Curious Village. But that's the only one I've played. I want to play the others, but I love Layton. I love the music in them so good. The aesthetic, the puzzles. It's like probably one of the worst games to watch someone stream, especially if you're me, because when I was watching Lab playing Layton, I just wanted to backseat every puzzle like immediately. But hey ho. Cool game. Project Century. Yeah, I'll say we'll get to eventually. If it's actually a Yakuza game, then I'm gonna like wait a good long time to play through the rest. But yeah, it definitely, Pimmy, as we said before, more reminiscent. Well, I mean, it does have the Yakuza DNA in there for sure, but very reminiscent of just the brutality of Sleeping Dogs is the big thing it makes me think of. I hope it's good. Good luck to the devs. They seem to be experimenting more with making their games like not play exactly like Yakuza, either by making them more actiony, like with the jump button or the tethers in The Man with No Name, or you know, the RPG things. So I think there's some promise that Project Century is gonna get potentially like mechanically quite dense. I have no idea what Project Mara is, but the thumbnail is just a big zoom of this woman's face. Maybe Scobie. Maybe so. For you to play while listening to other people's streams, true. But I mean, off stream, the only games that I really play are like roguelike deck builders that I can play during breaks at work. Wait, this isn't Project Mara, this is Project M, sorry. I lied to y'all. Oh, this is a Ninja Theory game? From 4 years ago? Okay, this isn't real. That's not real. I think I saw Project Mara on someone else's tier list and thought, that seems like a real game. Sinking City. Maybe. I've heard the first one is like kind of a game for freaks. Like some people dig it despite its flaws, but there are quite a few flaws. I would like to try it. That is not boxy. Play the Spire 2, 100%. Needs to get out of early access, but I'll play that. But the first one didn't like the combat at all. Yeah, I've heard a lot of that type of stuff. Sleight of Hand is the new game, I think, from did John Romero or Roberto Williams, or there's like some storied name behind this. But yeah, this is the first-person stealth deck building game. Pretty certain we got like a gameplay trailer of this at some point. And yeah, it's a weird one. On one hand, I can imagine that whenever I'm stealthing, I do not want my abilities to be compromised if it's going to result in more boring, you know, waiting and watching style gameplay. But on the other hand, if it's making me improvise with sort of randomly doled out tools, I could get into that. So yeah, Sleight of Hand, or It And, as I've got it here, is might be cool. Star Wars Eclipse, probably not. Some part of me of like the morbid curiosity of the next David Cage game. There's always that draw. So But at the same time, fuck David Cage. Literally one of my least favorite creators in the industry right now. So yeah, probably. Sultan game, I really enjoyed the demo. Probably not going to play this on stream. A whole ton of reading and just moving cards around to make decisions. But yeah. Sultan's game's cool. I'm looking forward to the full game. It's a game, it's like a deck building game where the Sultan has made a game, or someone made a game for the Sultan, where effectively he plays fuck, marry, kill with all of his citizens. But because he's the all-powerful Sultan, he can never really like suffer any consequences. So you play as a commoner, who he gives the same deck building to. He gives you like the powers of the Sultan, but if you don't play it well or please him while playing it, he will kill you. But also there are like other people in the city who will also kill you if you like fuck around too much. So you have to like try and use the game to gain enough power to overthrow the Sultan. It's a very interesting premise, and there's a lot of gorgeous art. Like almost every character's hot. It's one of those things. I mean, look at the Sultan. You know what's happening. Sensuality. Probably not. I remember watching gameplay demo. It's like mecha open world action adventure game, but it looks kind of like really slow paced and almost survival-esque. I'm not really feeling it. The first Berserker, Kazan. This is the Souls-like game from the universe of Dungeon Fighter. Might be cool. I'm not like super into Dungeon Fighter as a franchise, even though it looks like very tonally different from everything else they're doing. If it comes out and people are like, oh, actually the gameplay in this one is good. But you know, there's so many like Souls-like type games happening right now. People are telling me that Lies of P is good. Some people are even saying that... Shit, what's the name of the French one? Steel Rising is good. I don't know where to look these days. Altars. This is the game where you run a gigantic wheel that is traveling a hostile planet environment, and it's like you have to, it's like sort of like Frostpunk, where you know you're managing your resources to try and keep your base, which is this giant wheel, thriving. But the thing is that every person on the wheel that you are managing is actually an alternate reality or alternate timelines version of your main character. So like you're also exploring your character's past and where their future might have gone had he made different choices in his life. And it's like the alters will argue and stuff. It looks very interesting. I can't remember exactly who's making it. Some interesting dev team. Capri Sun, thank you. Doing God's work. Fuck David Cage. Unbeatable, super cool indie rhythm game mixed with a story thing where you're playing as like this like garage rock band, and you're sort of like watching the story of how they get gigged and write their music, and the rhythm sections have their own little music video themes. I really enjoyed the Unbeatable white label demo, which I believe is still on Steam. So yeah, that's a must play for me. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines might be cool. Nothing about the game has looked particularly interesting or impressive since the first trailer, but it is sort of like interesting enough of a story that you know, I'm done. I'm done to see how it goes. Yeah. Yes to all of that. Not enough David Cage slander for my liking. I was made to play Fahrenheit / Indigo Prophecy for a recent stream. My PB Sells Out stream. Someone paid me to play that. And like the game is interesting for like the very, very opening. But as soon as you get past that, or even if you play the tutorial before that, it just hits you full face with the David Caginess of it all. Wonderstop. This is the game by, I believe, is it Dave Radin? Is that his name? The creator of, or one of the creators of the Stanley Parable and the Beginner's Guide. Taking a look at the cozy game simulator, where I believe you're running or working in a coffee shop, but the character you play as actually used to be a Coliseum fighter and has like PTSD rage going on under the surface. So it's very clearly going to take like a sort of slanted look at the form and mechanics and themes of your standard cozy game and put a twist on them, which is quite interesting. I'll put that in the definitely want to play section. And lastly, Xenoblade Chronicles X. I'm gonna get to it eventually. I'm gonna play at least one of the other Xenoblade games first. But yeah. There we go. That is our look at the 127 of the games that are currently slated for release in 2025. In 2024, I beat 26 games, or rather, I played enough of 26 games to rate them on my tier list. How many do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 24, 28. I could maybe actually genuinely play everything in my top tier list, but of course, if it's anything like last year, I'm going to be playing from all over the place. Can you finally sleep now? Oh, Pimmy, we still have our tier list of games that I didn't get to play in 2024 to run through. And Pimmy, it's twice the length. It's twice the length of the other one, Pimmy. Pimmy, we have to. No, I'm gonna do this one either tomorrow or Sunday. I haven't decided yet. But yeah, let me save this one. Make sure I've done. Only twice? I mean, I hate that if I do start thinking, there are probably going to be games that I can add to this that aren't on here, but we're not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to get my ass to bed. Thank you everybody for coming in. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for those who have been listening to me yap for over 6 hours. I said it. I said I'd be streaming for 6+ hours just talking about video games today, and by God, by golly gosh, I sure did it. So yeah, thank you everyone for sitting with me during 2024, a year in Peebview. We'll do the second tier list sometime in the near future. Sure. Let us go and raid one Winter Pebbles, who is currently playing some Final Fantasy X. I am going to go to bed after having a snack. Yeah, thank you everybody for hanging out. Thank you for chilling and chatting. Thank you so much Azadokin and Minin for the raids. Thank you V for the resub and Sisto for giving us up to K. And thank you Yoshio for follow. If I'm not back tomorrow, I'll definitely be back on Sunday, because that's when I'm doing my double whammy stream. We're gonna have Metaphor Refantasio in the morning, and in the evening a game that is not that. What's my other game right now? Oh yeah, Yakuza. Oh, we might beat Yakuza. Fingers crossed. Alright, y'all go say hello to Winter Pebbles. Until next time, take care, be good, and bye-bye.